Good morning and welcome to the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom for this Hollywoodbets Pro50 series between the Northwest Dragons and the Fidelity Titans. With me I have the two captains, Gandhi Jafta and Tabiseng Nidi, and also Adal Low, who will oversee the toss. Who has the coin?
Okay, good morning. Okay, that will be heads, tails. Okay, call in the airport. Heads.
Heads is the call.
Tails is it?
It is a tails.
Ball. Dragons, ball first.
Okay. Tabiseng,
Okay.
let's come over first. Let's have a quick talk. You've won the toss. What have you decided to do first?
We've decided to bowl first.
To bowl first.
Yes.
And what's your reasoning?
It's a good pitch to bowl first. I mean, to batting second, it's gonna be a bit easier. I'd say at first in the morning it's a bit harder to bat first, but as the day goes on, it's gonna get easier. Yes.
Okay. How do you feel being part of the Pro Series this season, having come up from the professional league up to the Hollywoodbets Pro Series?
It's really amazing. Like, we've worked so hard for this. Just wanted to take it step by step and use our opportunities.
Okay. Go well today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gandhi, how do you feel about losing the toss? What would you have preferred to do first?
We'd have also had a bowl. I think the overhead conditions and just the way the pitch normally plays here, you definitely want to use the little bowling friendly conditions that you get up front.
Okay. How's your pre-season been? How is the team feeling ready for the season?
Pre-season's been good. We've had a few additions to our squad, also big management change. So it's been a very busy off-season, but a really good one.
Here you have a debutant today.
Yes, Leanda Nzuza is finally a Titan. She's home now, so she will be playing for us today.
All right. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
A warm welcome to you, ladies and gentlemen, here at Potchefstroom at the JB Marks Oval for the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series. Here we've got the Northwest Dragons ladies versus the Fidelity Titans for the third match day. I'm not alone here, ladies and gentlemen. I've got Werner Erasmus with me this morning, and my name is Kamva Nyikana.
Thanks, Kamva. It is the Northwest Dragons who have won the toss and elected to bowl first here this morning. 10 o'clock starts. You usually do tend to bowl first here at the JB Marks Oval. Coming out to open is Simone Lawrence. And Captain Tabi Sengnini has said she feels comfortable bowling first. Batting should get easier as the day progresses. Luckily, the rain has stayed away for now. There was a slight drizzle a few minutes before the toss, but we're all set and good to go. Standing umpires are Adal Low, as you see on the screen now, and then on the other side at the square leg for now, it is Sean's Oxleben. And they will get us underway. There's a packed offside field. Point cover, extra cover, mud off, mud on. It'll be a mid-wicket. Only two fielders out at third and also at fine leg.
And yes, Werner, it's a highly anticipated fixture for the 50 over Pro Series, Hollywoodbets 50 over Pro Series. Looking forward to this fixture. And indeed, overcast conditions, and rightfully so. The Dragons captain will look to bowl first, look to pick up early wickets, look to get down that order of the Titans and maybe pick up 1 or 2 wickets in this power play and get this team to a good start. And they've got their captain to start it off.
Solid start by Captain Nini. Solid in defense as well. First up, two openers are Gandhi Jafta and Tebogo Macheke. Captain Gandhi Jafta felt that the preseason has gone very well, and she's also welcomed debutant Leanda Nzuza, who's come over from the Knights, and she'll be representing in the Titans colours today. There's a bit of inward movement there from Nini.
Something you'd expect early on in the surface. We know it's a batter-friendly surface, I'd call it. Especially, it will be very important for the Dragons that they won the toss and chose to bat first in this game, and they'll look to pick up those early wickets and make use of the new ball.
First single to get off the mark for the day, and just correct myself there, that was Robin Soul. Just pushing that one down to third. And opening with her is Amogelang Mapangula.
And these two, they'll be looking to build a partnership here and a solid foundation for the rest of the batting order. They've got time, they need to take their time and need to see off this new ball initial spell.
Nice early cheers here as Nini starting to get a bit of movement. We saw her in the Under-19 World Cup in Malaysia early in the year, and she got some nice swing away from the right-handers.
And the captain, as she chose to field first and bowl first, she wants to set the tone here for her team and be able to lead this bowling attack as they look to rip apart this Titan side. And a bit of a wayward movement there again. Bowling that consistent line there, fullish delivery, fullish line, a length that you genuinely want to look for here early on here at the JB Marks Oval. You generally get more assistance early on here. You don't want to be bowling anything short or back of a length because that will find the boundary quite quickly.
Oh, beautiful delivery by Nini. An excellent start here from her. You can hear the cheers as it is the first match for the Dragons in the Hollywoodbets Pro Series. They've moved up after winning the tournament in the Provincial League just below this one. and they've come up with good spirits. It's one without loss after the first over.
Yeah, speaking to their coach just before the start of play, he was really excited for them coming up here in this Hollywoodbets Pro50 series and looking to get a good start here, most importantly, and be able to put out a statement out there and be able to get results and produce results, not just to come here and just be a number or a team to be part of this tournament, but actually to be competitive and maybe churn out some wins and potentially maybe win the series.
Katlego Sechlory coming in here from the university side. She'll be bowling to Robin. So one slip in place. Solidly on the mark straight away.
And Katlego Sihlodi will look to back up her skipper in her opening spell. Good start from her skipper from the opposite end. And now she's coming from the university end, looking to back up her skipper and bowling good lines and keep on the pressure that they applied in the first over.
Drags that length back just a touch, but letting it go is Robin Sill. Just circumspect early on in the morning here, just sussing out the pitch, seeing if there's any early movement. Little touch of green in the middle, but it seems a good pitch to bat on. Felt rock hard, so we went to inspect it earlier on in the day. Should be good for batting. Don't expect to see any sun really today.
Yes, you don't expect to see much sun. The weather predicted for here at the JP Marks over in Potchefstroom. Before the start of play, it was predicted to be 100% rain, and still the case. And we had a bit of drizzle just before the toss. That quickly disappeared, and we luckily had the toss and be able to start on time.
Lovely little shape she's getting here away from the right-hander. Been an impressive start by the two opening bowlers.
Impressive indeed, and not just impressive, but they'll have to capitalize on these conditions, these overcast conditions, great bowling conditions. We know you already mentioned now that this pitch is a batter-friendly pitch, so in order to get any inroads, it's now or never. The first 6 to 10 overs, that's when you want to capitalize. That's when you want to use a new ball, when the pitch is still fresh, when there's still a lot of grass on the pitch, and the overcast conditions still assisting you in terms of a bit of movement. There is a bit of a breeze going across the field as well, so they want to utilize that with that away movement and inward movement, depending on which end you're coming from.
Again, that same shape. Made an over to start off with. And Katlego Sechlory backing up her captain. You might see a familiar face running around in the outfield today. Mignon de Prier has joined the Dragons, or I should say Mignon van der Merwe now. She's coming back to cricket after having twins. And so it's good to see her out in the field. Lovely experience here for the Dragons to just have her in the environment.
Yeah, what an experienced player to have and a leader to have in the setup. This young Northwest Dragon setup. They'll need that experience to get them through difficult times and periods in this game.
Ooh, again. That one maybe just keeping a touch low and beating Mapangula.
And the captain, Nene, finding those areas and consistently and beating the bat consistently. In the previous over, she did that, and again now finding that back of a length line, foolish, not completely back of a length, but really asking questions of these two opening batters of the Titans. And she'll want that reward to come sooner rather than later.
Asking plenty of questions here. She was so good in the Under-19 World Cup. She ended up being part of the ICC player of the tournament side. Well, I should say team of the tournament. And yeah, it was just that type of thing. She kept having that persistent line, swinging it away, asking many questions of the batters. And that was a T20 tournament, so they had to take her on. Edge and flying away over first slip for the first boundary of the morning. But as you can hear, 3 cheers for the bowler. It was maybe a touch wide. Throwing her hands at it was Mapangula, and she gets away with it. Nice getting off the mark with a boundary, even if it is a bit streaky.
Streaky start it is by Mapangula. But a wayward shot, reaching out for that and picks up the outside edge and just goes over the first slip. But you have to give credit to Nene for bowling those lines and asking those questions and inducing the false choke.
Oh, again, beating the bat, asking so many questions. Yeah, packed offside field, bowling to that field is Nini here early on. Always nice to come back here to Potchefstroom. Student town. A lot of youth and energy. You can feel it when you get into town here. Ooh, same thing. You can feel the pressure building here on Mapangula. Struggling to lay a bat on it, and when she did, it found the edge, luckily for her, flying away over the slips.
And yeah, beautiful town it is in Potchefstroom, small town, just 100 k's outside of Johannesburg. University town it is.
This time a bit too wide, but not able to put it away is Mapangula. So that ends over number 3. It's 5 without loss after 3 overs. The Dragons will be quite chuffed with the control they've shown. They would love to get a couple of early wickets here just to set the tone as they look to make their mark on the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series. Of course, in the power play, only 2 fielders allowed outside the inner ring, the 30-yard circle. And so there's a player at third and also at fine leg. And then for the rest of the match, after the first 10 overs, there are 4 players allowed outside the inner ring, 1 less than the men's side. Well played by Robin Sill, guiding that once again down to the 3rd boundary.
As we look at the last 3 overs, how they've played, and we've looked at the pitch, it's really played really nicely for the bowlers. We've seen a bit of movement off the deck and a bit of good carry as well. And quite a bit of pace on the pitch as well, which is something that...
Oh, again, edgy stuff from Pangula, but again gets away with it in between the keeper and the first slip. Wondering if they were who's going to go for it. Might have dropped just a touch short. Not a lot of pace from Katlejo. Looking at it again, yeah, just falling short and right in between the gap. Takes Mapangula up to 8. No stroke in confidence just yet.
And you'd like to think that the Dragons will want one of those chances to stick and get that outside edge and hit those gloves of the keeper. But unfortunately, at this point in time, they go over the keeper, go over the slips and drop short. And for that case, he went in between the keeper and the slip. But Dragons asking real questions here, looking to pick up early wickets and creating opportunities for themselves.
Okay, so that cut shot once again does seem to favor it. That's Mapangula. Not able to find the gaps just yet, apart from off the edge.
Yeah, she looked to play that shot twice in the previous over. One was clearly mistimed and picked up an edge and went over the slips, and the one hit to point. This time around, a back foot punch through the covers and looking to go for 2, but just stays to 1.
Good coverage there by Mignon Dupree. I know if she wants to prefer to be go by Dupree or Van der Merwe right now. Everybody knows her as Dupree. I have to have a closer look at the back of her shirt whether it says Dupree or Van der Merwe. But a nice quick single there, and that's exactly what Mapangula needed, just to get maybe off strike for a while.
And there she is again in the outfield, Ming Dupree. And she's usually a live wire in the outfield, very energetic and quick off her feet. And she shows that again. And you can see if what the jersey actually says, and we haven't really come close to her jersey at the cameras. But we'd love to see that, to see what surname she prefers to use at the moment.
And Tabi saying you need to continue, call it the Moerovier side of the ground. But short and wide. Calling for a quick single, and she'll get much more than a single for Mapangula. As we said, she's favoring that cut shot and maybe just feeding her a little at the moment, are the Dragons.
Maybe Ntabi saying Nini would like to maybe tighten it up a bit, bowl a bit tighter. Those initial lengths she had bowled, that one is a bit too short and wide. We spoke about it early on in the first few overs that if you bowl those back of a length deliveries and wide, they will be punished for boundaries. Here on this pitch, you want to bowl tight and to the body more than anything else. And in particular to Mapangula, where she's favored the cut shot. You don't want to feed her in those zones. You want to dry her up, apply that pressure, and don't give her that release stroke she's comfortable in playing. So Ntabi saying Nini will have to look to bowl a bit tighter on that fourth stump line.
Again, back of the length. I'd like to see her test her on the front foot a little bit. Mapangula seems to be hanging just on the back foot. I'd like to see Nini dragging her forward. See if she can maybe get a bit of swing. And just see how she is on the drive. They do have that slip in place. And you want to be bringing that slip into action. Janne Winster standing there at slip waiting. It's much better. Bit of a misfield will allow the single. Quick single and just about sneaks through. Does Mapangula. It's good running from her. That little bit of a fumble allowing her to get through.
And exactly the delivery you asked for. The fuller length delivery was bowled to Mapangula, and she was equal to the task with that cover drive straight to mid-off. Didn't look troubled, and maybe a bit too full, but easier to play off the front foot.
Robin Searle, probably the most experienced of the players in the Titans team. Maybe underground. Actually, she's been around for quite a while. So she's also captained the Titans previously. And she'll want to make a statement here early on in the season for the Titans. Again, that's very same late cut. Oh, and she dives over it, does Karabo Lempane. And that means it ends up being quite a big over, an expensive one for Nini. It goes for 9, should have been only the 6. But again, just giving it a little bit too much width. And Robin Searle, she's already gotten 2 singles that way, this time coming away with a boundary.
Yeah, it was good timing from Robin Searle. Really just allowed that ball to hit the bat. Didn't really look to go with hard hands. He just put a bat there and placed it quite nicely. And with this outfield you have here at the JP Marks Oval, it will respond if you time it really well. And in that case, it did. And she picked up a boundary.
Much tighter line this time from Katlejo Sitlori. That's what they will be looking for. They've seen both these batters looking for that bit of room on the offside, just hanging back. So they have to make sure that they don't give them that room to play with. Bring those stumps into play. As after a tight start, the Titans have just gotten away a bit.
again, the Titans looking to play off the back foot, and maybe it's something that the Dragons need to look into. That because the Titans are looking to play off the back foot, and you're probably thinking, I'm thinking the reason why maybe they favor that more is because they come from the high foul pitch with a bit more bounce and used to that back foot stroke. You mentioned already that the fuller length delivery will be maybe the testing length here on this pitch. Again in the air and passes Min Young Dupree and goes for 4 through the covers.
Yeah, well played by Pangula, and she's favoring that cover region, but this time off the front foot, and so she's showing that she is versatile. And a full length dive from Mignon Dupree is not enough to cut that one off, and you can just feel the Titans freeing up a bit here. It was a bit too wide and just over pitched. That's well played. Mapangula now starting to find the middle of the bat.
We talk about that full length delivery, but in both occasions, Mapangula has found the middle of the bat. The previous over, she really played a convincing stroke straight down the ground and picked up a single from misfield, but this time around plays a convincing cover drive, a bit airy, but goes through, finds the gap and finds the boundary, and looking really positive here to start off with. Oh, nice delivery by Katlego Sihlodi. Pulls the length back.
Yeah, I think on both occasions you want to go fuller, but you also don't want to be bowling half volleys. And I think both of those were nice, juicy half volleys for her to latch onto. Good learning experience here for the Dragons. Again goes for the booming drive. That's more the length I'm talking about. Just pulling it back a touch. Takes the outside edge, but again, getting away with a single does Mapangula. She's raced on to 19 of 23 deliveries all of a sudden. Robinson of 6 of 13, and it's 25 without loss after 6 overs. Titans feeling comfortable.
Yeah, the first 6 overs certainly going towards the Titans. Currently on a strike rate of 4.5 and a decent, healthy strike rate for Mapangula, finding the boundary on regular occasions. You can see with a fuller length delivery, Mapangula is really going with hard hands, and that's something that they can look into. And as we see, there's a fielding change now and looking to add more fielders into that offside field. And I don't know if I'm in total agreement with the removal of the slip, especially with Mapangula going with hard hands when that ball is a bit fuller. Even when it's on the back of a length delivery, you've seen early on she had a few plays and misses, and maybe they are a bit concerned about the ball going up and maybe going up in that air in the cover region, looking to take that opportunity rather than the outside edge.
Yes, it's out. Big appeal from Nini, and she gets her first wicket of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series. This time she's been taking it away, and almost drawing Mapangula across. This time it nips back, strikes her right in front, and that is the first wicket for the Dragons, and they'll be very excited about that because Mapangula was just starting to get going here.
Well-deserved wicket by Ndabiseng Nini. Delivery that was pretty much setting her up because she had bowled outswing in the first few overs, and this time around she finds that one that jags back in and traps her on the back foot. Mapangula really looked to play on the back foot throughout the whole innings here, Werner, and she was caught pretty much napping on that back foot again.
Yeah, lovely bowling from Nini. She knew what she was doing, taking it away, then bringing it back in, and just that touch fuller. Mapangula too late to bring the bat down. Simone Lawrence will be joining Robin Sill, another one of the SA Under-19 ladies who was part of the Under-19 World Cup. Very good batter to watch if you're thinking about technique. She's also quite powerful, is Simone Lawrence, for a young 18-year-old. The youngest player in the side for the Titans comes from Hoërskool Garsfontein. And so this should be a good watch if you should stick around. So immediately the Dragons implement a change and they bring the slip back in place. And they Windsor, as I say that, she goes back to almost a gully region, with the third coming a bit finer. I know that Simone Lawrence is also one who likes her drives and cuts, so she'll throw her hands at it. So again, important for Nini not to offer too much width.
As Tabiseg Nini walks back, and this is the exact start that we're looking for. Pick up early wickets. Yes, they leaked a bit of runs early on, but they've got their reward for good bowling early on.
Now the big appeal looks to be heading down leg side. Umpire Adaulo not too interested in that one, but it is, as I say, Nini just applying a bit of pressure here and aiming for those stumps early on against Simone Lawrence is the right call.
I'd really still like to see that slip put in place, especially in Tabiseg Nini finding that ball nipping away at times and with a new batter at the crease. Yeah, I really feel that the slip is still a good option here early on. The ball is nipping away. Yes, she is looking to pick up maybe her wickets via that ball that nips back in. But maybe they're missing a chance or missing an opportunity here by not adding that slip here, Werner.
Goes for the big drive, and it just goes in that area we're talking about through that slip region. And yeah, you feel that they should be a little bit more attacking. And with Nini being the captain, she's bowling. Why not bring in a few more attacking fielders, especially with the new batter coming in? She'll know Simone Lawrence well. They played in the same team for the Sunday Nights, so she'd know that she likes to throw her hands at anything outside the off stump. But she gets away with it early on to get off the mark. Regardless, it's a successful over for Captain Nini as she picks up the first wicket of the day. It's 26 for 1 after 7 overs. And Simone Lawrence ready to decrease with Robin Sill. They want to put on a bit of a partnership here. They know that the first 10 to 15 overs is probably going to be the most tricky of the day with the bat, and then it should ease out and become a very good batting wicket.
Yeah, and with it being a good batting wicket, you want to take all your opportunities. Again, what we spoke about, that slip cordon, opportunity going there and opportunity missed. And you start to wonder how many of those are going to go there and how costly would it be missing those early on opportunities, because as soon as this ball gets older and this, up in the air and drop short of that gully region, another opportunity, just drop short of the fielder there this time around. But exactly that, they need to maybe come in a bit tighter, grab all the opportunities, because when this pitch gets flat, it's going to get tough out here.
Yeah, Lawrence charging her arms a bit here early on. And that gully, as you say, just comes a couple of steps closer now. But still no slip in place. Goes for that expansive drive. Cover drive by Simone Lawrence. It will run all the way to the boundary for 4. That's what she likes to do. And that'll make her feel a little bit better.
Yeah, the youngster really showing her stroke play abilities. Playing that shot there just on front foot. Up and playing it up. Standing up and really doesn't go down in the stance, but really plays along the ground, along the carpet, and a convincing stroke. As we see a fielding change for the Dragons, they bring in fine leg and they push the cover deeper for the exact stroke that was just played there in that previous ball. Not to show I'm in agreement with that specific fielding change.
Well bowled. And yeah, the way Simone Lawrence bats, she really gets a bat back left nice and high, so she almost drops the bat on the ball, and that's where she generates her power from.
And even that cover drive, when she played it standing up, and she didn't really get down on it. It was this time around, finds the inside edge and down to fine leg, and fine leg chasing it this time around and goes for a boundary. Streaky boundary it is for Simone Lawrence.
Yeah, it is a streaky one. And you can see she doesn't hold back those Lawrence. She likes to play her shots. It should encourage the Dragons that there are opportunities in the banging, but also they don't want this to slip away. That, of course, a little bit fortunate for Lawrence. But that's the way she plays. She likes to be quite aggressive and take the attack to the bowlers. But that does mean she will present some opportunities as well, so the fielders will need to be alert.
A few balls ago we saw that fielding change where the cover went a bit deeper to protect that boundary. I still think that they can maybe still be a bit more attacking. We've seen quite a few balls go up in the air in that cover region, drop that fine leg and bring in that cover, tighten up those runs in that cover region.
Straight to Captain Nini, and that's exactly what I was talking about. She does give opportunities, those Lawrence, and they grab it with both hands, literally, the Dragons, and they'll be very chuffed with that. That's the second wicket down, and Katlejo Setlori, she joins her captain in picking up an early wicket.
And two quick wickets here for the Dragons. And they're right into this batting lineup of the Titans. Now they're back in the game and back into this power play. They were initially struggling. Now they've picked up two back-to-back wickets close to each other. And this time around, Simone Lawrence doesn't time it really well and hits it straight up in the air, straight to mid-off. And a clean catch by Ntabiseng Nini. Great start here by the Dragons, or great last couple of overs for them.
I'm not sure. I actually think she timed it pretty well. That travelled to Nini, but I don't think she got the elevation or maybe just the gap she was looking for. And it was very well taken by Nini. Those are stingers. And with those warmed up hands, she will get a go again. Bring herself on again with the ball. And it's much of the same outfield or field setting here. And new batter to the creases, Teboho Macheke. She joins Robin Saul, who's not been facing a lot of balls, has Robin Saul.
Nice delivery to follow up from that wicket over there by Ntabiseng Nini, hitting that thigh pad of Robin Saul. They want to get some more inroads here now. The Dragons, they've got the momentum.
Again, good bowling from Nini. Just dragging Saul forward. And that's what you want to do. You've seen that she enjoys that, almost just a guide to third, one of her go-to shots. It's important to bring her on the front foot as well. Same sort of thing, attacking those stumps. It's good pressure the Dragons are applying here. Titans need to form a bit of a partnership. Robin Saul and Teboho Macheke, two experienced campaigners.
Yeah, I was going to ask Werner, we're almost 10 overs into this innings. And I want to ask you a question. Do you think the pitch has maybe really assisted the bowlers in the initial 10 overs, or is it just maybe poor shot selection that has caused the downfall for the Titans in the last couple of overs? Because they did initially look good in terms of run scoring and finding the boundaries on regular occasions, and then just seemed to just collapse and just lose their way.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of movement early on. It might still be a touch when you get that length a bit fuller. But it still looks good for batting out there. It was good plans by Nini to Mapangula, drawing her wide and then bringing that one back in, trapping her in front. And then Simone Lawrence, I think that ball was there to be hit. She just didn't manage to find the gap.
I love the energy here by the Dragons. They certainly feel the momentum swing going their way, and they want to continue applying the pressure and continue picking up wickets here early on. They're only 9 overs in. So they want to really apply more pressure and capitalize on this opportunity they have at the moment.
Was a good diving stop there. I think it was Liz de Villiers in that mid-wicket region. There's been good pressure applied by Katlego Sithlodi, backing up her captain and getting that vital wicket of Simone Lawrence.
And irrespective of them conceding a bit of runs in the first initial couple of overs, they've bowled really well this morning. They found their areas, they've asked questions, and at times maybe bowled a bit loose deliveries, but they've bowled really well.
As we say, that's short and wide and pumped through the point region. Lovely way to get off the mark for Tebogo Macheke. Very first ball, you get a nice half tracker wide and can just free the arms.
Yeah, Tebogo Macheke rocks on the back foot there and really times that really well behind that backward point region. Just rocks back and throws her hands at it, and no chance for backward point.
I think the only better delivery you can get than that to start off is maybe a full toss on the legs. Much better this time from Sithlodi.
Back to her areas that she found consistently and the areas that got her the opportunity to pick up wickets.
Still the same field. Can't even really call it a gully. Maybe just a fine point. That's well stopped in the cover region by Deirdre van Rensburg. She was the top scorer in the provincial tournament last season. She ended up getting that award for Player of the Season. Deirdre van Rensburg scored a mammoth amount of runs.
Tebogo Macheke looking very convincing that front first stroke and looking solid and timing it really well. And it's been the nature of the Titans batters. They've timed the ball really well, and then what they've done is they've given away their wickets at crucial times where they've really got themselves in, and then as they found their touch and then they play that loose stroke, as you've seen in the 2 wickets that's been lost.
Again, a fielding change with fine leg coming up into the ring and cover pushed back to the boundary for Macheke after that boundary earlier on in the over.
I'm still a big fan of that cover coming in, applying that pressure, not allowing that easy run in the covers. Because if you drop it in that gap there, it's an easy single. You don't want that. You want to keep the pressure on.
Oh, falls just short of Mignon de Pre at catching short extra cover. And it ends the over. A good comeback there from Sithlodi. It's 38 for 2 at the end of the power play. So they're allowed to push 2 fielders more back, are the Dragons, but I suspect they might just keep them in for now. There is some pressure here on the Titans. You see the top run scorer so far in the tournament, Nicole de Klerk. She's scored 80 runs in the 1 match they've played. Each team has played 1 match so far, with this being the first match for the Fidelity Titans and the Northwest Dragons. And de Klerk was very impressive in that opening match. Faye Cowling, well, she can really hit the ball. Long levers as Faye Cowling. And she almost grabbed that match back for the Lions from nowhere. Good to see Shabnim Ismail playing some domestic cricket. Another one with plenty of experience.
Shabnim Ismail, the experienced campaigner, former pro tier, still plying a trade and around the world now in the various T20 leagues, but has availed herself to play here in this Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Ruday Denishan comes in to replace captain Tabiseng Nini. Be her first over of the day. Good area to start off with. Haven't seen her before. Just first look, she seems quite tall, does Denishan. Doesn't look like she has express pace, but it's so important for her to find her areas early on.
As you see her coming, this lovely smooth action. That time around finds a Yorker length, and yes, she doesn't have that express pace, but what you maybe can expect from her is a bit of bounce with that height she has, and interesting to see what length she will choose to bowl. She's bowled a bit foolish to start off with, but let's see how she goes in terms of her length in this particular game.
Good fielding again. We've talked about Mignon being quite a live wire in the field, and that's why she's in that very position.
Yeah, live wire indeed, and she always throws herself around the field. You never find her slacking in the field. She will always put her 100% energy, and she's also a character also on the field as well, and a leader in that side, the former Protea. Or the current former?
Former Protea, she has retired from international cricket. Has a young family now. Keeper, just asking for the helmet, is Veronisha Reddy, who came over from the Knights as well. She's standing up to the stumps, which makes sense. Denishan doesn't have a lot of patience, so he wants to keep Searle in her crease. Maybe even affect the stumping if she overbalances. This time, but short and wide again, and that's exactly what Robin saw. Lovely fielding on the boundary. Getting around there is Karabulempane, and makes up for that earlier misfield.
And what that does with the keeper coming up, ladies and gentlemen, is that when usually, obviously, when the slower bowlers, and a beautiful cover drive there, but this time on straight to the cover region. But yet again, they push for two. What that does the keeper up, usually with the slower bowlers, that the batsman usually just come out the popping crease to negate any swing and be able to be ahead of the delivery. But now what that does traps the batsman and kind of forces a false stroke.
Very good take there by Reddy down the leg side. Not called wide, interestingly enough, by umpire Adallo. Robin Saw just having a bit of a glance at the umpire, maybe wondering why that wasn't called wide. Maybe it just flicked the leg going down the leg side. It's 42 for 2 after 11 overs. Let's try and form a partnership here, are these two. We'll see another bowling change with Janae Winster coming into the attack. I believe she's come over from SWD, Southwestern Districts. She's come over to the Dragons now this season. SWD themselves has been filled with quite a few of the Knights players this season. Knights, of course, relegated with the Dragons coming up, and so maybe an opportunity for some shifts in players. She has a slip in place, nice and close. Some early spin into the match. She also has a long on and a deep mid wicket. And right to that slip fielder, and lovely taken. Your first row out in the match. And you get that edge straight to the slip. Brilliantly taken. And the Dragons are cock-a-hoop.
What a wicket to start off with there by Winston. Beautiful, nice fly to delivery. And picks up the outside edge of Tebogo Macheke. As we see that again. First delivery of the day. And flies in and just slightly drifts in and straight into the hands of Mignon Dupree. Great start from Yane Winster. What celebrations, what exuberant celebrations. As soon as he saw that ball get into the hands of the slip, she went on running. No one could catch her.
Here's somebody saying, Rakno Varam, getting hot out there. They're feeling on fire, are the Dragons. Feeling very confident here as Captain Gandhi Jafta comes to the crease. Again, not able to form a partnership are the Titans. They have some work to do. Robin Searle seeing all the wickets fall on the other side. Maybe need to get her on strike a little bit more. Still the same field, still trying the same thing as Janae Windsor. Why change anything that's working?
Yeah, she got very nice drift there in that first delivery. She bowled, flighted it and drifted into the right hand of the batsman, forced that outside edge and comfortably into the slip's hands. Very good catch as well from the slip. Nice reactions. Again, she continues to bowl that area. Asking questions, bowling some great pace, not bowling too quickly, which is allowing that drift and that wind to play when you're bowling a little slower.
Yeah, I'll just confirm. I think it might be Leslie de Villiers at slip who took that catch. And straight to her. If you're asking for a slip catch, that's probably the one you want.
You can clearly see Janae Winston trying to intentionally bowl slowly, not looking to get any pace onto the ball, allowing that ball to drift nicely into the right-handers and
Just short this time. Again, the same type of area. Janae Winster right on the mark here. Clearly she's a great acquisition for the Dragons. And the Dragons showing every bit that they deserve to be here at this level.
you would have thought early on, if you had seen those quick runs that were scored, that they were maybe behind the 8 ball, but this time around they back in the game. 3 quick wickets and they've applied a lot of pressure onto the Titans batting lineup and bowled really well since the fall of that first wicket. Here comes Winston for another chance. This time around picks up the inside edge, but Titans managed to pick up a single. Jafta, that is, for her first runs of the day.
She'll be very chuffed with that, Will Winster. Right on the mark, no loose deliveries, gets the wicket and only concedes the 1 run off the over. Dragons right on top here.
And that brings us to the end of the 12th over with the score for 43 for 3. And the Titans captain Jafta now at the crease at the moment. She'll be thinking to herself, let me take my time, let me really play a captain's innings here and try get back into this game for my team and try really apply the pressure back onto the Dragons. After this first couple of overs, they've lost their way, so now she needs to really bide her time.
Lovely shot, but good cover there by Captain Nini. But they do get through for the single. Gandhi Jafta, she seemed very cheery before the match, very excited to be captaining and for the new season ahead. She has a job on her hands here. Robin still playing her favorite shots, it seems. Keeps guiding it down to third.
Robin Seal watching all the wickets fall on the opposite end and probably thinking to herself, what's going on? And she's showing her experience, as you said. She's one of the most experienced players here in this Titan setup, and she's showing that, and she's taking her time because she knows she's still got about 38 overs to go, got a lot of time to bat, and we don't need to rush. And she's with the captain at the moment, and this may be the biggest partnership of the game for the Titans.
Yeah, misfield there, and they probably could have pushed for two. The Titans seem to take it a bit slowly there. Robin So.
Yes.
Getting down the leg side, this time called by umpire Adao Low as wide.
As much as the Dragons have picked up 3 wickets, but I feel this is the most important partnership to break with the captain and the experience of Robin Seal. You don't want to allow these two to build up a partnership and put a potential big score here.
Floats up a juicy volley. They do have the coverage there at deep cover boundary. Yeah, they just need to keep doing this, do the Titans. Rotate the strike hit. Get a bit of momentum on their side. It's been all the Dragons so far here this morning. Captain will want to lead from the front. Been very accurate as Denishan.
Nice soccer skills there.
Leslie de Villiers showing that she's not just good in the slip field position. She's got some all-round skills. Oh, very close to the outside edge there by Denishan. Big drive coming out from Jafta. It's 48 for 3 at the end of 13 overs.
Yeah, as we come to the end of the 13th over, we see a crowd building up on the grandstand on our right-hand side of the commentary box from the university end. There's a bit of spectators that have come in to watch, maybe the locals coming to watch their family members maybe play out in the field, and maybe some cricket lovers out here.
Have an interesting fielding position here at a straightish, almost a catching mid-on. Because they also have a long on back, so definitely a catching position here, just to the right of the umpire and the bowler.
I certainly think that field setting there is placed for, because of the fact that Winston is flight in the bowl and bowling quite slowly, they may be expecting that ball to maybe stick on the pitch and expect maybe the Titans batter to chip it up in the air. So they could be there for that reason, for that missed time stroke, maybe trying to play a single down the ground, and instead of doing that, chipping it up in the air. And that field, you can see is just slightly behind the non-striker batter there.
Oh, that's right, on the stumps, and it is given out by umpire Sean Oxhaven. She gone back very deep to Jenna Searle and missing it right in front of the stumps. No hesitation by the umpire. The Dragons, they have the Titans 4 down and in heaps of trouble.
Exciting stuff here. Yet another wicket here by Winston. This time around, traps Robin Seal in front of the stumps, and Robin Seal again going for that favourite shot she loves so much, playing off that back foot, and she gets trapped on right in front this time around by Winston. There it is, and missed, and that is absolutely plumb.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Almost got her bat stuck behind her pad, and she had no way to get around to that. And under immense pressure, it will be Elise Marie Marks coming to the crease. Again, experienced all-rounder. She's played a bit for the Proteas as well. Also likes to be quite aggressive, but this sort of situation might call for a more careful approach. She'll have to combine with her captain here. They'll have to turn the tide here for the Titans, as it's all heading in one way at the moment.
Oh, indeed, it's all been Dragons this morning. And don't we say home ground advantage is important, and this is exactly that. The Dragons have played a lot of preseason games here, so they'll know the pitch really well and they'll be comfortable here, and you can see exactly that. They executed their plans really well this morning, from the pace that set their tone, picking up those early wickets. And here now, Winston getting 2 back-to-back wickets, or 2 back-to-back overs. She picked up a wicket in the first ball of the day, and now again another delivery, another wicket.
Yeah, I really like the look of Janae Winster. She's been very accurate. She's been giving it some nice flight. She's giving nothing away to the batters, and that's a wicket made, and it's 48 for 4. And you won't be able to quiet down the Dragons until you start to find some runs. You can feel the Dragons right on top here at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom.
The Dragons at the moment breathing fire. They are on top. They are really putting their foot on the neck of the Titans at the moment, not giving them the chance to breathe at all, tightening up the runs and picking up wickets simultaneously. It's going to be an important time for the Titans now. They have to come together and regroup and build a partnership. They're really desperate for a partnership right now.
It's into the all-rounders and the bowlers next. So this partnership, crucial, as we said with the ones before. But giving nothing away are the Dragons, not making it easy here for the Titans. It's been very disciplined from them.
Look, I know this may be too early to call, but I'd really like to see the captain bring herself back on again, to maybe potentially wrap up this innings a bit sooner.
You really built the suspense there for a moment, Kanva. Because I really like to. And then it came through after the ball. Everybody was wanting to know what would you like to see happen. I agree with you. I think the captain might think about bringing herself back on early. That's lovely bowling here by Denishan. What's he lack in pace? You need to make up in control, and she has shown plenty of that.
And yes, Denishan has really bowled well, but I feel like at this particular time, with Winster bowling the way she is and Dragons being on top, you want to continue applying that pressure and picking up more and more wickets.
Can just nowhere to hide here for the Titans. Not finding the gaps, not finding any sort of momentum here. Gandhi Jafta now there's a big task on her hands as captain to show the way. Bowling to her field here is Denishan. And that's exactly what the captain wants. Makes the captain's job much easier if the bowler sticks to the plan.
Yeah, one thing she's done really well in this over is bowl wicket to wicket, tight, and keep on applying that pressure.
Oh, just past the bowler. Fiercely struck by Jafta. Comfortably goes to the boundary and almost late in getting her hands up there, Denishan. Luckily that wasn't right at her face. Wasn't too far away. Maybe she'll feel it was a missed opportunity, but Jafta feel a lot better
So she was more happy with that ball missing her face rather than actually getting to her hands, because that went through quickly. But those are never easy as you come through your gather as a bowler, because as you pop your head up, those come through very quickly and not easy to take. So they're usually really brilliant catches when you do take them. But now to continue from the university end. Wednesday again. Can she do it now this time around?
Yeah, it's been a wicket in each of her overs so far. She'd love that to continue.
And she spoiled us some great celebrations. She reminds me of the former Protea Imran Tahir, how he runs around the field. She's getting a lot of drift with her bowling at the moment, which is creating problems for Titans.
Yeah, it's a lovely loop from her, asking the batters to make all the pace. Not easy when you first come to the crease, not yet off the mark for marks.
See what you did there? Off the marks. Playing with the words, Werner.
Always important to keep things interesting. Yeah, Janne Winster's been very impressive. Oh, just goes on with the arm this time. Doesn't turn back in, feeling for it. That's Marie Marks. And none of the batters seem comfortable against her so far.
Yeah, she's in the middle of a great spot at the moment. The Titans batters haven't had any answers to her bowling. She's bowling with great pace, great accuracy. Asking all sorts of questions of the Titans batter as we come to the end of the 16th over with the score with 52 for 4.
Absolutely no problem with the over rate here from the Dragons. They're absolutely going through these overs. Already 16 bowled, and we've not had the drinks break yet. Just about an hour done, so we should potentially see the drinks break after this over. And to Titans batters and figure things out here. As you see a bit of a crowd in. Oftentimes it's the family or the friends of the players who come out to support. And it's Alyssa Erksleben coming into the attack. And to ask her about a bit about that surname, just to make sure we get the pronunciation right. So I hope we do it justice. She was kind enough to help us with some of the other names as well. Some more spin for the Dragons. They see that it is working. So they have all 4 fielders they are allowed back out now. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket, and also a deep square leg. Oh, just short of cover. If they run hard, they could potentially come back for a second. And no. Captain Jafta says we'll stick to the 1 for now. Good start by Erksleben as well.
Yeah, Alyssa Erksleben, she's really trying to flight that ball. You can see in the first ball she bowled, really tossed it up, asking the batsman to go for it, tempting that batsman to go. And indeed the batsman did so, but just dropped short of Mignon Dupree in the cover region. Let's see how Marks plays her.
Not pitching this one is Erksleben. Interesting, she doesn't have a slip in place. I feel that Dragons are so on top, they could afford maybe 1 or 2 more attacking fielders in place at the moment.
I certainly agree, and they've also really pushed out a lot of their leg side fielders quite deep. I still believe with them having the ascendancy at the moment, the momentum, they could afford to bring in those fielders closer to keep on that pressure, not allow those singles that the Titans will be looking for. But maybe the plan is with the fielders being deeper on the leg side, they may maybe want them to play more leg side-ish and try and maybe induce them playing across their body and bringing that potential LBW shout.
It's been very impressive from the Dragons. They've been very accurate. It's only been the one extra, the one wide, in all of the 16.5 overs. Floats this one up invitingly. Jafta puts a lot of power behind that shot. And right call by Liz Marie Marks to send her back to just the one.
And Jafta has looked comfortable since she's come in. She's looked solid and she's played some decent strokes.
And well played by Marks to end off over number 17. It's 56 for 4.
And this may be drinks that you've been calling for here, Werner. We see the Titans substitute fielders coming in from the boundary. And what a start it's been, ladies and gentlemen. We've had everything. We've had runs, boundaries, wickets in particular. And this first 17 overs definitely goes to the Dragons. Brilliant start from the Dragons, picking up early wickets and really on top now and looking to continue that after the drinks break.
And we'll be back with you in a few minutes' time, so please stick around.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest thrill.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Ishala Ikakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Welcome back to the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom, where the Dragons are right on top. We've just had the drinks break. Titans 56 for 4 after 17 overs. Winster starts with a nice juicy full toss after the drinks break. Probably the worst ball she's bowled all day. She's been so impressive. 3.1 overs. She's literally not really gone for anything. It's only her second run.
Yeah, she's certainly been the pick of the bowlers this morning, picking up a wicket in the first delivery, and then in the second over again, picking up another one. So she wanted to tidy up that delivery that she bowled there, maybe just be a bit of a loosener after the drinks break. Straight into action, straight into her lines again. Really must have been a loosener, that one. The first one she bowled, because now she's really gotten back into the zones that got the Titans batters into trouble.
Oof. They keep playing for non-existent turn, the Titans.
You call it non-existent, it must be ripping out there. With Winster, the way she's bowling so accurately and with such flight. They must be disagreeing with you if you say it's non-existent.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she's really turning the ball much, is Winster, but she is so accurate. She's giving nothing away. Batters keep feeling outside the off stump. Leslie de Villiers standing and waiting at slip.
Yeah, it's certainly not much turn out there, but exactly what she's getting though is that drift. If you look at that delivery, how it comes into the batter.
Good fielding again by de Villiers, showing she has great hands. Appreciated by the keeper and the point fielder.
She's been brilliant in that slip cordon. Grabbed everything, stopped everything, and nothing has gone past her at all.
Yeah, I can see that drift you're talking about, Comfort. Just drifting away from the right-handers and then almost just keeping the line.
And interestingly enough, she's getting to do it both ways.
Just one poor delivery to start off the over, and then she's right back on it for the rest. She's bowled a 4 over. She's taken 2 wickets for 2 runs. Comfortably the best bowler on display so far, but it's been a team effort here from the Dragons. All of them have been right on it from the get-go here this morning. There was a couple of early boundaries, but since then they've pulled it back. And it's Alyssa Erksleben who will continue from the far side.
She also looked to do very similar type of bowling style where she's trying to flight the ball, but maybe not as much drift. But was also very tidy in the first over just before the drinks break. She looked to continue now.
Fielding has also, for the most part, backed up the bowlers here this morning. There's been a slight field change. Deep square leg has come up into the ring, and they've pushed the fielder at cover back to the boundary. So, a bit more of an offside and a straightish field. So she can't afford to get too straight here, can Alyssa? Especially if Marks brings out a bit of a sweep shot.
We often talk about partnerships in batting, and what's been impressive for me with the Dragons, they've really bowled in partnerships throughout the morning. You looked at them, they had a great bowling partnership initially. With Ntabi saying Nini and Kahleko Sihlodi had a great partnership to start off the day, and they were backed up again with another bowling partnership. So they've really done that well today, and that's been one of the reasons why they're on top, because they've backed up each and every bowling partnership that's been thereafter, and they've continued to apply that pressure, continued to hold the runs down, and really strangle the Titans. But what I've noticed now with this partnership bowling now, the only small partnership at the moment with 10 runs, what's been different with them, with their partnership though, with the batting now, is that they've looked to find singles rather than find boundaries. What you saw earlier on in the initial opening pairs, or the first couple of batters that came in to bat, they were looking to play with hard hands and score boundaries. But what's been different with these two, that this pair, they've looked to find the gaps and maybe trying to get themselves in.
Yeah, it's been good to see, giving themselves a bit of time. 50 overs is so much longer than you think. And it's 59 for 4 after 19 overs. So they can afford to take a little bit of time just to get themselves set. They know that they're probably the last fully recognized batting pair before we head into the all-rounders. More of the all-rounders, I should say. Can't take that away from Elizabeth Marks, who tends to open the bowling as well. But I've been so impressed with the Dragons here. You'd struggle to take the ball out of the hands of Jan Winster.
I'd certainly bowl it through as well and see how much more you can get out of her. Maybe potentially more wickets. Just been very economical. 2 runs of 4 overs.
Bit of a crowd catch. Bit of a bumble. Hit into the wicket by Jafta. Again, I just can't seem to get her away. They keep fielding finding the fielders on the offside or back to her. They need to find a bit of a way here just to rotate the strikes, the Titans. There's a loose one, and she pounces on it, does Jafta. Pulls it away to the boundary. She'll be distraught with that one, Winster. Easy put away for Jafta. Just releases the pressure that's been building.
Yeah, she had a previous one. She had one just after the drinks break, her first ball after drinks break, the previous over, but wasn't punished. But this time around, Jafta was equal to the toss and picks up the boundary just on that deep mid-wicket region. She'll look to punish more of those bad deliveries and maybe potentially get back on top here.
That's much better. Between these two, you need to find those gaps and rotate the strike. So, a couple of good deliveries there for Jafta, just to get her innings on her way again. She's on 15 of 29. Mark's also trying to find her feet on 4 of 16. Overpitched and a misfield by that catching one on, but then brilliant coverage on the boundary there by Katlejo Setlori. It's always nice to see the pace bowlers giving all the effort in the outfield.
We look at that again, just goes past that silly mid-on, and brilliant effort there. And if we see it go to the stumps and equally hits the stumps as she throws that ball in, nice effort there by the fast bowler.
Just found a little bit of momentum in that over the Titans. They'll feel much better after that one. It's 66 for 4 after 20, so still slow going at the moment, but you can see the semblance of a partnership forming here between these two of the more experienced players in the team.
Yeah, you kind of sense now the game is starting to settle down a bit more now. With this partnership just on 18 at the moment. And these two, Jafta and Marks, will look to build on that and look to potentially set a good score here, or a competitive score for themselves. At the moment, you'd like to think they're probably looking at that 150 region and a bit more than that, depending how far they can take this partnership. And equally as much, the Dragons will want to dismiss them and maybe wrap them up before they get to 100 mark. So it'll be interesting content to see in the next couple of overs.
Turn around the corner by Jafta, and that's what I'm talking about. It's important to rotate the strike here between these two. You can't just soak up too many dot balls. Also an important time for Liz Marie Marks as she's out of the Proteas setup. It's time to show what she's capable of. Try and dominate at this level to make her way back to the Proteas. As she just takes her guard once again. Powerful batter is Alice Marie Marks. Also bowls a bit of a heavy bowl, which you should see later on. You see how powerfully that is struck. Too long on who has to dive around to stop it, and very good fielding. I'm enjoying the spirit out there in the field. Really hyping each other up, encouraging.
Yes, you've seen some really loud and exuberant shouts you've seen, and that is also translated into energy with I've been impressed by the ground fielding that it's possessed this morning, and that's the sign of the energy levels they've had since they've come onto the pitch.
And solidly in behind it is Jafta.
Outside of that one misfield that went for 4, everything else has been tidy.
Yeah, and it's been good to see they've grabbed their catching opportunities as well. It's a couple of tricky catches. That first one by Simone Lawrence was smashed to captain Tabi Singh Nini. She did very well to hold on to it. And then a smart grab by Leslie de Villiers in the slip region as well. So they've been right on it here after Dragons.
Again, nice bit of rotation of strike in this partnership. Like how they're going about their business at the moment. Just changing the flow of this game and the momentum of this game, and not allowing the Dragons to feel like they're on top again. Since that, just before, I think 2 hours just before that drinks break, you could see this partnership was growing legs, and now you can see there's a bit of confidence in the pair, and the communication between the wickets, dropping the ball in the square leg region, the cover region, and constantly finding those gaps. And it's nice to see that they haven't been deterred by the pressure that has been applied on them. It's good that they bide in their time now and communicating right. You can see they had a long chat there in the middle of the wicket now, just before they're separated. We'll have Yone Winster to continue from the university end for the 6th over. Again, another juicy full toss, but this time around the captain doesn't get to stop it and goes for another boundary. Winster won't be happy with that one at all.
Yeah, she's just losing a little bit of the discipline she showed early on here is Winster, just making it easy for the Titans. You can feel the momentum shifting a bit here.
Yeah, it's exactly from those rotational strike that's causing her to now think a bit different. Think maybe to try bowl something a little bit different, because maybe searching for that wicket now. She was a little bit different when she started. She was looking to just bowl her consistent areas and looking to bowl the right lines and lengths. But now this time around, you can feel she's kind of searching because of that momentum's change. She's trying to really regather the momentum again for her Dragon side.
Coming down the wicket, you can just feel Liz Marie Marks bringing a bit of impetus to this inning. She's running very hard, taking the quick singles. That's what you need in a partnership. Get it going, rotate the strike, just bring a bit of energy, put some pressure back on the bowlers. Can't just let them bowl to you. And again, just dropping it into the leg side, coming through for a quick single. It's very well run. Very good batting by Elizabeth Marks.
Yes, nice running there. Drops it in that mid-wicket region and goes for a quick single. Applying that pressure on the fielders now. You can see it's just slightly gotten quieter in the field. Because of that rotation of strike, because of them looking comfortable, the Dragons have slightly gone quiet. And you need now your senior players like your Minyong Dupree to come in here and really speak to these youngsters to kind of get those energy levels back up again so that they not lose that momentum they've had in the last couple of overs.
Good comeback in the over by Winster. 75 for 4 after 22 overs. Partnership slowly building up. 27 of 50 deliveries. You can just feel a bit of a momentum shift with the boundaries in the last few overs and also running hard between them. Still the same type of field here for Alyssa Erksleben. Fielder out at a deep cover region, almost in front. Then there's also a long off, long on, and a cow, or a deep mid wicket, if you like. I suppose it probably confused some viewers who've never really watched cricket if I just talk about a cow and it's like, where's the cow on the field? The cow corner is a region on the leg side, so the batter's left shoulder on that side, on the boundary. Way back in time there used to be a cricket field where there was cows grazing on that area of the field, and that's why they started calling it cow corner. Erksleben probably will have to pull back a length just a touch. It's a bit too easy for these batters to just punch the ball down the ground at the moment. Same sort of thing. And Titans looking a lot more comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, looking very comfortable at the moment, looking solid at the crease. Mentioned a couple of overs that the rotational strike would have been important, and they're really doing that right now. We do see a fielding change that the Dragons have brought their field a bit tighter due to those singles being run and that rotation of strike has maybe caused a bit of frustration for Ntabiseng Nini.
Big appeal. Didn't seem to touch anything. That's good bowling by Erksleben. Asking some questions of Jafta outside the off stump. Ooh, almost just planting the leg there. Another appeal. Question is probably, did she really offer a shot there, Jafta, or not? Because if she didn't offer a shot, that means that even if you get your front foot outside or front leg outside the off stump, you can still be given out RBW if the umpire is convinced that it will go on to hit the stumps. Leading wicket takers this season so far, Michaela Andrews has taken the 4 wickets in her solitary match. We're still early into the season. Did very well in her first match out, as did Madison Landsman. She almost finished that innings for the Titans, picking up those 3 wickets. Tozake Raisibe, Faye Cowling, Jade de Figueredo. I think Jade de Figueredo is very underrated left arm off spinner. Does the job day in and day out for the Titans, as we see. Another bowling change here for the Dragons. Probably was a bit time for Winster to get a bit of a break. She was just starting to offer up a few loose deliveries. It looks like it is Phoebe Molkenboer. No. Yeah, I think it's for Phoebe Molkenboer into the attack.
Yes, it is.
Oh, drag down very short, but just in front of the fielder there and catching mid on.
Yeah, Phoebe Malkenburg starting off dragging that one short. Almost dearly punished there by Alyssa Mario Marks.
Plenty of spin options for the Dragons. Third one of the day. Nice flight there from Malkenburg. Gives a little bit of more room, but carefully watched by Jafta, just letting that one go through. Important for Jafta to also get a bit of a move on here. Can't just let this innings drag out, so still look to get those singles. Sweep shot comes out, and that's well played. Gets it right in the gap. Will it go all the way to the boundary for 4? Yes, it does. And it's very well played by Jafta. Getting right on top of it. And putting it away to the boundary.
Nice stroke there by the old Lillefontaine scholar from East London. Jafta, that is. Sweeps that one for the boundary. Beats the fielder at deep square. And she's looking really solid now and biding her time and finding boundaries when she's looked for them. And also singles, more importantly.
Yeah, it looks like it's Leslie de Villiers out there at deep square. She's just come a little bit finer after that previous shot. Probably in a better position now than she was previously. Always important for the keepers to make sure that the angles are correct as the fielder goes out at deep cover now. Oh, lovely flights by Malkenburg. Beats the outside edge of Jafta to end the over. It's 83 for 4 after 24.
Look at that fast flighted delivery there. Just underneath the eye line of Jafta, and really tries to force a hand on that one, but completely misses it. Werner, we've seen a complete change in momentum now in this game as this partnership has been built. It's currently on 35. If you're the Dragons coaching setup now, what's your plans at the moment in terms of changing this momentum, trying to get back on top? And because you see now, you don't want this partnership to get away from you. You don't want them to get too comfortable where you're now looking at chasing a big target where you were completely on top at some point.
Yeah, I think first thing first, the bowlers need to hit their areas here, and you want to set almost an in-out field. Yeah, want to have some attacking fielders in place as well, because the best way to take a quick single, that's very well done. Again, as I said, Liz Marie Marks just finding those quick singles, putting some pressure back on the Dragons. So, yeah, the best way to curb run and flow like this is, of course, taking wickets. So that's probably priority number one. And then after that, it's important to have your fielders in the right places. Stop those boundaries and build up those dot deliveries. They've brought up long on and long off now, and I like that. Brought the fielders up in close to try and stop those easy singles down the ground, and I think that's a good first step here. I'm Tabi Sengnini. Ask the batters to try and go over the top. It might give you a catching opportunity as well, so that's a very good move by the captain.
Yeah, they certainly need to do that and bring in those fielders and avoid those singles being taken.
Goes down the ground and mid-wicket almost just running in the wrong direction. She premeditated it going left and it ended up going to her right, and getting away with it is Jafta.
I tell you, if she had gone the opposite direction to move off, she probably would have had a huge opportunity there. May not have made an easy catch, but if she had gone that opposite direction, just maybe she would have grabbed that wicket, and I'm sure Jafta would have been disappointed by that with that shot selection. No, not maybe the shot selection, but the timing of the shot.
Long on and long off, back out now for Liz Marie Marks. I feel she has a little bit more power down the ground. Even then, they need to try and build some pressure from both sides. Wonderfully bowled, and I think it just bounced over the stumps. Beautiful delivery, goes for the big sweep shot, does Ellis remarks. There is a gap on the leg side at the square leg region, and she gives it more flight, and it seemed to turn and just bounce over the wickets. Just about gets away with it, does Ellis remarks, and a good end to the over by Alex Leben.
Yeah, the 22-year-old losing the head a little bit there. I don't know, I'm not too sure if that was the right shot selection for that particular delivery. Yes, sweep shots are a good stroke or a good option to play to look for runs against spin, but for that particular delivery, maybe not exactly that, maybe a bit too short to play there. She could have maybe played on the front foot rather.
Yeah, she's been around for so long, as Ellis Marie marks. It's almost hard to believe that she's still only 22. But you see that often in the women's game, starting very early.
Yeah, definitely you see that a lot around. For example, the captain, Jafta, she also started a career really young at 16 for the Titans, and now she's here captaining the side.
Even Deirdre van Rensburg, who as mentioned was the leading run scorer last year in the provincial one-day tournament, she started at 14. She's now only 17. As it's turned away into the leg side, and the Titans just need to keep doing exactly that. Maybe set a target in mind until the 40th over and then try and launch a bit if they can keep this partnership going. Short and dragged into the gap. If they run hard, they could come back for a second, and they do. Very good running between these two. Nice to see a little bit of sun peeking through every now and then. A bit unexpected, but it's good to get a game in here today. Keeper ready, just coming up to the bowler to have a word. Maybe just a suggestion.
And just a correction from my side there. Jafta did start a career at 16, but for the border region, 16 in 2015 that was. And she slowly moved over to a career to the Tucks, where she finds herself now in the Titan setup.
Yeah, it's wonderful that this has now been professionalized, this women's league for the Pro50 and the Pro20 series, sponsored by Hollywoodbets. And punched into the leg side to end the over. It's a productive one for the Titans coming from it. Just asking for a quick drink. Here's the listener remarks. Getting a little bit warmer out there.
Yeah, you can see a bit of more sunlight, not necessarily clear blue skies. But it is getting warmer and a bit more, maybe bit more humidity, maybe you'll call it. You know, I was just looking at Jafta having made a debut for the Titans in 2018 and now being captain. It's very justified because she was the cricketer of the year for Tucks for 2020 and 2022. So she's a real cricketer and proves why she's been given the captaincy responsibility because of her abilities and her leadership abilities as well. She's a real proven cricketer.
Dragged down, can't afford that, can Erksleben. Acres of space out there at square leg, and it goes to the boundary for 4. And can you just feel the impetus that Marx has brought to the crease, taking the attack back to the Dragons, and after a very disciplined start, just starting to lose their line of length a little bit here.
And they're losing their line length within reason because pressure has been applied in many ways, via singles, via boundaries.
Same delivery, same result.
It's a beautiful shot there. It's rocked back on the back foot and goes all the way along the carpet. And this outfield there is very rewarding. That time around, the cow corner region, as you mentioned, had no chance. The fielder placed aside, and we see a field change now because of exactly that reason. They've dropped the deep square leg. And you can see this partnership is slowly going. It's moved over quietly over to 49. Yeah, Werner?
Yeah, the problem is when you do that, you're almost changing your field for a poor delivery. And then you float it outside the off stump. And maybe gets away with that one, does Eric Sleven, because all the fielders have come up on the offside apart from the long off. And a bit of a clap for the 50 partnership coming up between Ellis Marie Marks and Ganda Jafti. As I said, this partnership was vital, and it can't end here for them if they want to post a competitive total.
And a much needed partnership that was. It came in when it was a very difficult time for the team, and they put a brilliant 50 partnership, these two. A partnership that was built off rotation of strike and singles initially when they started, and as you see now as it progresses, they're building up their confidence and they're starting to score a bit more boundaries than they did in the early stages of their partnership. A lot of worrying signs for the Dragons.
Again, nice early call, and misfield will allow a second run if they run hard. It could have potentially come back for a third, but as remarks, almost overran that first one through the crease, but they do come back for the second. You can just feel that shift slowly but surely happening, and important for the Dragons to just pull things back here.
We talk about Jafta's batting in this game, but last season she really excelled with the ball in hand. She managed to pick up 10 wickets in 7 matches at an average of 20. That is really impressive for someone that is batting this way at the moment, leading a team, and this is and this is with her off spin. So it's lovely to see her all-round abilities come out today, and her leadership abilities as well with the bat. You could just see her tempo was different as she came into the crease, and at a difficult time, she came in with the right attitude to build an innings, and she's really done that really well with Elise Murray Marks, and guided the young 22-year-old with her and dragged her with her, and managed to put on a 52-run partnership at the moment.
Still a deep mid-wicket and a long on out. Only 2 fielders on the boundary. Ooh, swipes across the line. Ball just keeps touch low, goes underneath the bat. And you can just sense that Alice Marie Marks is looking for a few boundaries here. Should say there's also a deep backward square leg on a boundary, so it's the 3 fielders out, not just the 2.
Werner, with the partnership growing now currently on 52, what do you necessarily think would be the right target here for the Titans to look at? They are currently building a partnership. They are looking comfortable. I do believe they're in the position to now start thinking about that target. They 28 overs in at the moment and looking comfortable with this partnership. They're not.
That's a bad drag down and punished by Alice Marie Marks. She's not letting these drag downs go, and as I say, that momentum is picking up, and the Dragons are just letting things go a little bit here. Yeah, looking at potential score here, it's not easy to say. I'm thinking anything around the 230 to 40 mark wouldn't be a bad score here, especially from the position that they were in. I think the longer these two stay together, the higher the aspirations become.
Yeah, that's generally the average in this ground in terms of one-day stuff. You're generally looking at about 250 at an average score here. So with this partnership building up, I certainly believe Titans will looking for that target. Just got about 22 overs to go.
Now that one was only the second wide delivery of the day. It's been very disciplined in that aspect from the Dragons. Just started to creep in a few poor deliveries of late, and that's the thing that pressure can do. The fielding change again. That square leg coming a bit in front of square, and that deep square leg going behind square. And that's just nudged in that area where that fielder just came from, and she'll get an easy 2. Marks manipulating the field beautifully. Dragons also don't want to change too many things following the ball here. You don't want to be placing fielders for poor deliveries. And it's also important, some guidance for Tabi Singh Nini as well. Oh, just lands in front of the bowler. Almost a caught and bowled. They'll stick to the single. Gets away with it, does Marks. Was very, very close to carrying to Phoebe Morgenboer.
Yeah, Jafta will have to just speak to Marks there and maybe just let him know that you don't have to maybe force those strokes. We are on top. We are in control at the moment. We have the momentum on our side. You've really looked well and batted really well already, and you're on 36 or 43 balls, and you are finding your boundaries. You don't need to go searching for that boundary ball. Those boundary options will come. So I think it's important here for the captain to speak to the youngster and actually just get her level-headed again and get her thinking basics.
And Tabi saying, Nini says, that's enough. I need to get myself back into attack to try and wrestle some control back in this match. And probably more importantly, pick up a wicket, as they would dearly love to break this partnership. Lesmarie Marks going along very nicely on 36 of 43 deliveries. I think probably of the two, that's the one that they will be targeting the most. Looking very dangerous out there. Down the leg side to start off with, and it's given out. Lesmarie Marks cannot believe it. I wonder if that might have flicked the pad, and she'll have no choice but to walk off. Of course, no reviews in domestic cricket, so what the umpire says will stand. And just as she was gaining some wonderful momentum, she'll have to go off, and you can see her indicating the pad, furious as she's walking off. But important, you can't show any dissent to the umpires.
Oh, look at that again, and you can almost say it clearly flicks the pad, but you can't really argue to the umpire, and it's a bit unfortunate there for Lesmarie Marks. Brilliant innings for 36 or 43. She can be proud of that performance. She really dug deep with the captain and managed to chunk out a 52-run partnership, 60-run partnership with the captain. But unfortunate to be dismissed there.
Yeah, she'll be very disappointed. She was just getting going now. Boundaries started to flow. I just talked about that's the wicket that they want, and the captain brings herself on to get it, even if it is in a fortuitous manner, down the leg side and off the leg. But that happens. Umpires won't necessarily get everything right, and we can't even say for sure, of course. So she feels it was just off the pad that Marks. but sometimes you might even get an edge without knowing it. We've seen that often enough. But Nini coming back to lead from the front, and that brings Luyanda Nzuza to the crease. She's come over from the Knights, making her debut today. Nzuza got her cap this morning just before the game started.
Yeah, you could see her captain was really excited for her at the toss this morning for her debut. And she'll really want to back up her. Yeah, we see the dismissal of Elise Marie Marks. She was extremely frustrated after that dismissal.
Punches that beautifully through the offside. And Zuzan, what a way to get off the mark and get your first runs for the Titans. All the way to the boundary for 4. Nicely out of the middle, and just maybe straying in her line a bit there, Nini.
Tidy shot that was from the debutant. Back foot punch through the covers. And what timing that was. Really went through with the hands quite nicely there and found that gap, and Alfield was very responsive to that shot.
Always felt this is a very nice place to bat here in Potchefstroom at the JB Marks Oval. Tends to be a nice hard pitch, and the outfield is lightning quick, so you get value for your shots, and so you don't even need to overhit it. If you can time it away, it should find its way to the boundary. Outfield's also looking in very good condition for this early in the season. Often used for the SAA series and the emerging tours. Had that series against the New Zealand A team. Very nice facilities out here.
Yeah, also considering there's been a lot of cricket being played here, a lot of warm-up game played by the Dragons here.
Lovely again by Nzuza, but good coverage there to stop that one. Very good fielding, and like seeing this high elbow from Nzuza. Looks a proper batter.
Yeah, when she plays the strokes, she plays them. She really looks tall, and she plays over the ball and doesn't really get too low and plays them standing up. And those are not easy strokes to play, playing standing up, especially through the covers, or looking to play a foolish delivery off, not really bending in your front foot, playing it just off your back foot, and she's timing them really well. Nice front foot defense there by captain Jafta. Still biding her time, taking her time, and knowing that she's got still a lot of overs to play. And she's genuinely a powerful stroke player, but we haven't seen much of that here, unless there's been loose deliveries that she's punished. But she's really hasn't pulled out her full bags of tricks at the moment in terms of her power play.
Yeah, I think she knows how important it is to stick around here. Still 21 overs left in this innings. They've already 5 wickets down. So they have to keep on building what she built with Elizabeth Marks, and we will have a double change here. As Ruday Denishan changes in. She comes over at the university end now. She bowled with a lot of control earlier on. 3 overs going for 13 runs. And again, Veronisha Reddy will be standing up to the stumps. He's getting her field placings right here. Is Danish, and she knows what she wants. And that helps the captain out as well. The bowler has a set plan that she knows that she wants to bowl to. So she has a deep mid wicket, a long on, and also a cover out on the boundary. Vacant gap there at fine leg, so she can't really afford to stray on the pads here. Again, finding the middle is Nzuza.
He's got really long levers, reaching out for that one and playing that stroke with such flourish. Zuza, the debutant, that is.
Over the top goes, and Zuza doesn't get all of it, but it will get her a single. Nice loud call to send her back just in the nick of time. You can see she's out here to play her shots. Denison is floating that one up outside the off stump. She does look like she enjoys the drive, Zuza. Keeper ready. It's been very tidy behind the stumps. Down the leg side. So she'll have to be careful with that line, or Denison. If she gets just a tickle on it down the leg side, Jafta will probably get an easy boundary there down to the fine leg region. Does seem to be getting a little bit of shape. His Denison away from the right-handers.
Another young player, Leon Nzuzu, just 19 years of age. Previously played for the Dolphins, also the South African under-19s.
Big shot and falls just short, running through for a quick single. You can see Nzuza's come in with a purpose, looking to get some quick runs. So just have to be careful. Titans can't afford to keep losing wickets here. Getting a bit too wide. She seemed much more comfortable from the opposite end, the Denison. She's not quite found her line yet here from the university end.
Yeah, you're right, Werner. She really found line and length on the opposite end, but this time around, a bit wayward from this side. But corrects that and hits her lengths again that she's been bowling all morning, but met with resolute defense by the Titans captain, Jafta, who's also looked to take her time in her innings, currently on 55 balls of 27 runs.
Goes for the sweep shot, and as I said, there's big vacant space on that side of the field, and it's very well played. And a bit of a wayward over from Denison. It's been punished by Jafta, and it ends up going for 8 runs. It's 122 for 5 after 30 overs.
Jafta's looked to play that stroke quite often today. Every single ball that has swayed leg side or gone down leg side, she's looked to go down on one knee and sweep that one. And often enough, she's found the boundary. And in that occasion, she did that exactly as this partnership goes up to 14. Captain Dabiseng Nini back in action, picked up a wicket. Bit of a fortunate wicket in the previous over, but she'll take that. Take it any day to get a team back into action and get a team back on top.
Yeah, I think she's earned a little bit of fortune while she bowled in that first bout, and could have probably had another wicket or two, some edges flying over the slip fielders and past the stumps, so probably worked in her favour this time. And that's how cricket goes. It's ups and downs. Sometimes it's all for you. Sometimes it's against you. Sometimes the umpires calls fortune you or it doesn't.
Huge out there. Find her teammates in terms of saying, trying to get another fortunate wicket.
I always find it very funny when a cover fielder or a deep fielder is appealing with such confidence, like they could see the line of the LBW call.
Look, the more noise you make, the better chances of you picking up that wicket or convincing the umpire. But this time around, Adele Lowe, unmoved. She wouldn't want to make another call that would be maybe controversial in our eyes. But she probably would have been standing there thinking, I wonder if I got that one right. But after all, umpires are humans though as well. Should give them, we don't give them enough credit for the right things they do call. We often want to cherry pick what we want to analyze about them. And usually it's the negative things that we usually analyze about them, but they genuinely get most decisions right.
Yeah, it's not an easy job standing out there all day making decisions, sometimes out in the hot sun, sometimes it's a cold day. Whether you're feeling well or not, you'll have to do the job. Sometimes the players make it difficult if there's a little bit of niggle in the match. Saw a little bit of niggle yesterday in the men's match between the Titans and the Lions. In that UXK derby. A little bit of niggle between Luandre Pretorius and Joshua Richards. The umpires had to intervene. It's 125 for 5 at the end of 31 overs. You see there, so far it is the Gatheroo Badgers right at the top of their victory. Comprehensive one, first up. That's why they have a very positive net run rate. Also the Dolphins, who got off to a winning start.
Yes, indeed. It's still very early on into this Hollywoodbets Pro 50 series. Only one game apiece for each team on that log. And these two sides also playing their first games. Both will be looking to put points on board. At the moment, you'd like to think maybe the game is pretty even with the score on 125. Yes, still not a respectable target to set on a 50-over game. But you have the likes of your captain of Jafta for Titans still looking comfortable out there, and the debutant Leandro Nzuzo also looking to try to find a feat at the moment. He's at 11 balls of 9 runs. I still think it's still a very even game, as much as the Titans already lost 5 wickets already, but there's still a lot of opportunities for runs out there if you take your time and be patient. Boundary opportunities will definitely come. Nice leave there by Liana Nzuzo. The previous over she went for that and she tried to score off that. Maybe chipped in the air or mistimed it. But this time around she was a bit more watchful, taking her time. That's going to be very important also in her progressing into this innings. And a miscommunication there. Well gone! What a run out! What fielding by the Dragons! Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant!
What a wonderful throw there from mid-wicket. Direct hit. And Zuza had no chance. There was hesitation between the batters because there really wasn't a run there. But an excellent throw. I'm just trying to determine. I think it was Karabu Limpane there at mid-wicket. And wonderful job. Did I? It is Limpane. And she hits the base of the stumps, and that's what you practice for day in and day out. And she executes wonderfully.
What brilliant fielding that was. Direct hit. You'd probably think that wasn't on. Maybe there was a bit of hesitation in the call and the run, but give credit to all the fielding there. Direct hit and accurate and brilliant stuff from the Dragons. I said previously to that ball that the game was pretty balanced, but I highly doubt that now.
Yeah, that'll really get the Dragons up and running again, and they're back up in front of this match as the Arnie van den Heervel comes to the crease. Gandhi will be the important figure there. Captain, he'll have to stick it out through this innings. He's on 32. Running the first one hard, but I'm thinking they might be a bit more tentative now after that run out.
Yeah, and it's going to be important for Gandhi not to lose away here. She's built up her innings really well, taking the time, and I feel like she can still continue in that vein as much as she's losing wickets around her. And maybe that might put a bit more pressure on her to maybe get more runs quite quickly as she worries about not having partners on the opposite end. She just needs to take her time, and hopefully somewhere along the line she'll get a partner to stay with her and stick around with her. There's still plenty of overs out there as we look at that run out again. You can see the hesitation there in the run, and maybe a tad bit slow off the mark there by Nzuzo. And brilliant run out, brilliant direct hit. And how about the awareness of the fielding there to know which end to go to immediately?
Yeah, that was wonderful work. And also kudos to umpire Sean Oxhaven, who got himself into a wonderful position square of the wicket to call that run out. It's always important that the umpires get themselves in a position like that they can see the line perfectly. When you can't rely on a TV umpire to call the run out, that's exactly what you need to do, and he got himself into a perfect position for that. Tabi Singh Nini to continue.
Now again, a bit of change in momentum. 2 quick wickets here for the Dragons, the Northwest Dragons. You'd like to say maybe a bit of a fortunate wicket in the first over she bowled in the new spell of Tabi Singh Nini. But there was nothing fortunate about that run out. Brilliant fielding, brilliant ground fielding. We spoke about the ground fielding earlier today, how brilliant it was, how tidy it was outside of that misfield that went for 4. But we're lucky enough to see that run out again. Let's have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Picks it up, clean, direct hit, gone.
Yeah, and what nice, it was a nice flat throw as well. There was no hesitation, there was no looping it in. It was straight flat from Karabul Mpane, hitting the base of the stumps.
You could almost feel now Dragons will want to not allow another partnership to settle here and limit the Titans as much as they can, maybe just to about 150, maybe a bit optimistic, Werner?
Anything is possible if you keep picking up wickets. Nicely in behind it is Leslie de Villiers having a bit of a shy. Nini not expecting the throw to come in.
I've loved her fielding today, de Villiers. She was fielding a bit earlier in the deep square leg boundary, and she was throwing herself around there irrespective of the ball going to the boundary. Showed great effort in her fielding. And then also a slip catch as well, and she was brilliant, the slip stopping a few singles there off the outside edge. So I think the Dragons can be really proud of their ground fielding and just in general. Also, you mentioned also earlier their catching. They had brilliant catches as well that they had taken. So yes, we often don't maybe give credit to fielding, how it can change the momentum of games, but here in this particular game, it's been so important to them getting back on top.
Yeah, I think Coach Claude April will be very happy with what he's seen so far here in the field and from the bowlers. Dragons have certainly shown that they belong here. Good encouragement still from the Dragons out in the field, and what's good to see is they have all the fielders up in close. It's just a deep mid-wicket going out, and they're contemplating whether long on should go back, and they do decide to send that back long on.
And we also have change in bowling. Coming back into the attack, Katlego Sehlodi. She was also brilliant in an initial spell this morning, coming back into attack.
Nice loud call this time from Jafti. They certainly don't want any more runouts.
I hope you don't get confused, ladies and gentlemen. The scorecard hasn't changed yet in terms of who's in bowling, but it is Katlego Sehlodi.
Quite like the look of Tiani van den Heevel here. She's looked very compact in her approach. I need a few deliveries so far, but she seems very comfortable out there.
Look, I must say, the crowd that has come out here this morning has surely been entertained. I've certainly been entertained, Werner, and we've seen everything. We've seen runs, brilliant run scoring. We've seen brilliant fielding. We've seen brilliant catching, early wickets. And it's just been amazing all-round cricket, all-round. And I've been impressed by the standard that we've seen today. We speak about women's cricket very often in this country and how we want it to grow and how we want it to go to the next level. And the standards that have been put out here today in terms of ground fielding, catching, batting as well, patience, I think I've been very impressed. We've got our women at the moment in the World Cup and see how they're performing. And a lot of those players are coming out of these setups, these tournaments, this Hollywoodbets tournament that is so important to the development of the women's cricket in this country. And have we not been impressed today, Werner?
Yeah, it's been very impressive. And these ladies, a lot of them come out of the hub system. Somebody like Tabi Singh Nini comes from a hub system. She grew up here. Goes for a big shot and just over the top. It's going towards the boundary. And she will get her first, Tiani van den Heevel. And that'll feel very good. Even though they didn't quite come out of the middle of the bat, it's good intent from her.
And with that boundary and the end of the 34th over, we'll have another drinks break. And please don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with you shortly in just about 5 minutes.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest thrill.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina ihlala iqakamba. And remember, entries free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. the intrigue of the 4-day series, and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder!
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uzanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpar.
Oh, that's out of here. Oh, just like that. This is thrilling. It's a jam all round.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I.
Welcome back to the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. Dragons with another 2 wickets, adding just before drinks break, and now it's 132 for 6 for the Titans. And the one who really started the real pressure back into the attack, but now from the other side for N.A. Winster.
I'm here.
Yeah, we just got our stuffs mic sorted out now during that drinks break.
Oh yeah.
So you hear a bit of shouting and a bit of chatter on the field, a bit of more entertainment. Don't we love the chirping that we've had the whole morning? Now it's gonna be loud and clear now.
Down. Keep up.
And you've heard a lot of energy.
Yeah, Tane. On the money, Tane. Down. Yes. Let's work hard, girls. Let's work hard.
Yeah, we've been fortunate enough to hear a lot of the calls and the shouting earlier this morning. Maybe it wasn't as clear for you guys today. Another tight single. But now you'll hear it, all the communication that takes place and all the calls that you have out there and the excitement the ladies bring to this game. I absolutely love it, Werner.
Yeah, I enjoy it a lot as well. And keeper ready might just correct me. Maybe it's Janae Winster. Just keep a close ear out.
Yeah, I heard that as well. I think we've been calling it wrong all morning, or myself at least. That one sliding down leg. Huge shout. But Janae Winster.
Bowler herself showing nope, it's down leg, so not even too interested.
I love her energy. I really do love her energy.
Nice thing. Keeper. Hold it.
If you guys missed earlier, I asked you to please just rewind to her first wicket, her first over she had bowled, and look back to her celebrations. My word, she can run once she picks up a wicket, can't she?
Yeah, gets those legs pumping when she does, and it's always good to see the enthusiasm. That's why you start playing cricket. It's for the fun, the enjoyment, to be with your friends, and it's important to never lose that.
Perfect.
But importantly for the Titans, they still got their captain out there. Irrespective of them losing wickets and losing momentum, their captain is still standing there strong, having faced 67 balls. Not a brilliant single there by Jafta. Irrespective of her hitting the ball straight to the fielder, she still ran hard and still looking to be positive with her batting. And something that she'll have to keep going in order to get runs on board here.
Yeah, important to keep it going. Can't get bogged down. Even with 6 wickets down, there's still 15 overs remaining. 4 and over from here will get them to just under that 200 run mark. I think that dearly want at least 200. If they can get the 200, 220, give themselves something to bowl to. Here the sounds of Minx, nickname for Mignon de Preux. She's also been lively in the field here today. Again, it's well played by Tiana van den Heerfel, Tiani, and she gets a boundary through that coverage, and again, so they might consider pushing a fielder back there. They are allowed 4 fielders outside the inner ring, and they will do exactly that after that boundary. Just waited for that one as she punched it through the covers. Just a little bit too much width.
And irrespective of that boundary that's been scored there, I still think it's not the most important thing now for the Titans. What's going to be important is to build a partnership again. And we saw what that partnership, when it was built, that 60-run partnership, what it did was it really slowed down the momentum. Beautiful straight drive, and this time goes past mid-off and goes for boundary. Brilliant stroke there by Tian van der Heever. Tiana, beg your pardon.
Yeah, I think we'll just try and rectify the graphics a bit as Tiani van der Heever. And yeah, we've been praising the Dragons for their fielding today, the ground fielding in particular. This time, not so good as she dives over that one and allows it to go to the boundary for 4.
Come, Janae, come, Janae.
There we go again. Jafta drops it on the square leg region and picks up another single. Exactly how she's been going about all innings. Taking her time and finding those gaps and finding those singles.
Yeah, Janae.
Encouragement from Reddy behind the stumps for Janae Winster. Bit of width this time. Oh, it's indecision again, but called back just in the nick of time. They don't want another run out.
Oh, that stumping broke the stumps literally in half. Have a look at that again. What aggressive stumping there by the keeper. Look at that. Completely shatters the stumps.
Yeah, that is most unusual. You don't usually see it from the keepers. You see it from an express pace bowler maybe. But Really showing some strong wrist action. She flicks back onto the stumps. And bit of running repairs needed. New stumps, please.
Yeah, I tell you what, she'll be talking about that in the changing room. She's like, well, ladies, can any of you do that? Break stumps in half?
Who's ready to break the stumps? I'm ready. Veranisha ready behind the stumps. She's been impressive all day. Very tidy, encouraging the bowlers. Always tricky when you have to shift teams coming from the Knights previously ready, moving up to the Dragons now, blending into a new environment. You want to get going as quickly as possible, show that you deserve to be here. Powerfully struck down the ground by Tiani van den Yevel. Where did that come from?
Beautiful stroke, sumptuous stroke, straight dug out, squeeze it out, because that was a full delivery that was dug out and hit us directly straight down the ground. Brilliant, brilliant stroke. Have a look at that again, ladies and gentlemen. Dug it out and squeeze it out straight down the ground, convincingly too.
She's looked very impressive as Van den Yevel. Might have heard Reddy said after that last ball, I didn't put her there. That long on-fielder being a bit squarer than the bowler would have liked.
And again, I feel the arrival of Tiani van der Heever into the crease now has been the perfect foil for Gandhi Jafta, because she's going pretty slowly and taking the time, and then on the other end, she's playing aggressively, and it's really going to be a great partnership to watch now unfold, because you're going to have two different types of batsmen playing differently and complementing each other brilliantly, because one side will be run scoring and will allow Jafta to take her time and carry on the way she's been carrying on and build this innings. And this has been a brilliant start here by Tiani van der Heever with 18 runs off just 21 balls. Brilliant strike rate so far.
Yeah, she's come and brought in real intent. Again, momentum shift, exactly what the Titans needed. Bowling change with Phoebe Molkenboer coming back into the attack. Gives that one plenty of air. You can see she, similar to Simone Lawrence, she really gets her hands, her back lift nice and high and really brings it down on the ball to get that power. First time I've seen Van den Yevel, and it's always nice to see new talent coming in. She sweeps this one fine, gets the gap again, and again she gets it away to the boundary. The real shift in momentum here for the Titans. Just putting the Dragons back under pressure. Don't think the Dragons were expecting this after drinks from the number 8 batter. But she certainly seems much better than that. $150 has come up for the Titans. 152 for 6 come up after 37.3 overs. Who's rectifying her areas here is Molkenboer. They've now again changed that field with that deep square leg going much finer where that previous delivery went. That boundary. Short and goes for the big cut, gets the outside edge. This is a lightning quick outfield and it's running towards the boundary, and it is another one for Van den Yevel. Suddenly he's going at a runner ball. 26 of 26. Really getting going now. Morkenburg just not getting her lines right here. And the Dragons maybe following a bit with the fielders. Worked into that leg side for an easy single. This is wonderful batting here by Van den Heuvel. As the end of the over comes up. It is 157 for 6 of the 38 overs. And you felt that the Dragons were on top for a while there. And then suddenly it's just shifted again. And that's the wonderful thing about cricket. The ups and downs. You think it's going one way and suddenly it turns around and goes the other way.
Yeah, ladies.
Important for Janae Winster to apply some pressure again here. Oh, drop from square leg fielder. We've been praising Leslie de Villiers today with her good hands. This time not able to hang on to it. That was the big wicket here of Van den Heuvel's, looking dangerous. And 2 more added to the score. Oh. Just beats the bat again. Does Windsor. She's done oftentimes today. Dragons won't be happy with that opportunity going down. Again, a quick single.
Yes, Ruthie.
Oh, she keeps batting like this. I feel there would be a promotion for her with games to come. Van den Heuvel's really shown what she's capable of here. 30 of 30 deliveries, probably been the most fluent of the batters so far today.
Yes, good Janae. Good Janae. Yeah, Ruthie. Yeah.
Candy Jafta has been a lot more circumspect. She seems like she's almost set up stall to bat through the innings here. Let the other batters play their shots. Make sure she holds the innings together.
Yeah.
Tidy end to the over for Janae Winster. She's bowled 9. She's taken 2 for 24. And apart from a few loose deliveries, she's been very good today. The Titans, things have just changed a bit in the last few overs. 11 to go, they're on 160 for 6. 5 runs and over from here will get them to 215. Pick that up to 6 runs and over from here, gets them to 226. That would be more in the ballpark. They're probably looking for anything in that 230, 240 range. I think they would be quite happy as we see a change in bowling once more. It's Alyssa Erksleben coming back into attack again. She's one that changes ends, now coming from the university end. Oh, dreadful start. You can hear a call of cease. Not very impressed with that first delivery, but sometimes you just need to loosen up a little bit to get back into the swing of things. Much better this time from Erksleben. Running the first one hard. It's good energy between these two. Still good encouragement coming from Veronisa already behind the stumps and some of the deep fielders. Important that the Dragons don't drop their heads, shoulders here. They've been on top for a big part of this match. They can't let this partnership turn that around. Floated up nice and high from Erksleben, tempting Jafta. But she... very cautious still at the moment. She's going only at the strike rate of 50, 37 of 74 deliveries. Might have to look to just rotate the strike a little bit more. Coming down the wicket this time, and that's exactly what she does. Just flicks it into the leg side. That brings the dangerous Tiani van den Heuvel back on strike. And with that, they send the fielder a deep cover back towards the boundary. They have a deep mid wicket, a long on, and deep square leg. Loads it up, and again, easy single. Acres of space in the leg side, full singles. And with every one of them, just pick up the rate a little bit. It's gone over 4 runs to the over now. They'll be looking for a strong finish here, the Titans. Despite being 6 wickets down, starting to just look on top of things here. This partnership has moved on to 39. Big appeal. Looks like it might just be heading down the leg side this time from Oaksley. But getting a little bit of purchase now from the pitch, tossing it up, turning back into Jafta. Reddy says "Hoi," and she does, but no opportunity of a run out. 164 for 6 after 40 overs.
Yeah, ball. Come here, ladies, come here.
What a partnership we witness here, ladies and gentlemen. It's currently on 39, and large parts of it have been off the bat of Tian van der Heuvel.
No run. Keeper!
Again, hesitation, but enough time to get through. They have to make sure that they call nice and loudly and don't hesitate. If you want to go for a single, you have to go for it. Or either send the partner back very quickly. The last thing they want now is another run out.
It's just to show how dominant Tiana van der Heuvel has been. She scored 33 of those 40 runs of that 40-run partnership. Just showing how aggressive she's been. And at the moment, she's going at a runnable. Another quick single! And this time around again, she's safe.
Yeah, it's good running. Made her crease comfortably in the end. The Tiani van den Heuvel. Clearly she wants the strike, but she's also rotating the strike so well. Keeping it at a runner ball is van den Heuvel.
And she's been the perfect foil for her captain. Captain maybe hasn't really constantly found the runs as she would have liked. Maybe hasn't looked aggressive as well. But has backed up her captain so brilliantly. Scoring boundaries at will.
Good, Janae, good, Janae.
Again, nicely run, coming through for that single. That's what they have to keep doing, the Fidelity Titans.
Finish strong there, Janae, finish strong there.
It's starting to get a little bit darker here at the JB Marks Oval. Again, that's a lovely constructed over here between these two. Taking 5 singles off that over, keeping the momentum going. It's 169 for 6 after 41 overs. And Gandhi Jafta on 40. Tiani van den Heuvel on 35. Racing to catch up to her captain.
I must say, based on her record, that 35 is a top score. For the Titans, that is. Previous best was 21. She's comfortably past that.
Yeah, she's looked very good. Pull shot into the gap, and that will go for 4 as well. Dragged down by Erksleben and punished duly. She's getting herself to such good positions, this Van den Heuvel. Her footwork, you can see herself setting up for any loose deliveries. And yeah, just getting in such good positions to put it away.
Shuffles back there on the back foot and pulls it on the just in front of square. Convincing stroke that is. Another brilliant stroke straight down the ground, and this time met by great fielding by the Dragons.
Yeah, good fielding by Ruday Denison.
And you talk about the weather here, Werner. It's really getting darker and the wind picking up. We would like the weather guys to really get that rain away. Up in the air and just bounces short of the field on mid-off.
Hand claps for these two as the 50 partnership comes up of only 60 deliveries. They've brought the impetus to this innings now, and it's setting them up well for the 8 overs still to come after this.
Brilliant 50 partnership. Partnership that was dominated by Tiani van der Heever, having scored 40 of those 50 runs. She's looked to be aggressive and just over, well, now a runner ball of 40, and she'll be happy with that innings and that performance. Top score of 40 at the moment. Hasn't got to that 50 mark in her career yet, but we'll be looking to get there today. As we look at the top scorers sheet, with Nicole de Klerk right up there at 80, just with 1 game, and Dani van die Kerk as well with 66. Yeah, and she'll be looking to join that list up there and continue to churn out those runs. Also, captain Gandhi Jafta batting brilliantly as well. She's been at the core of those 250-run partnerships. Another quick single. That's all you've seen from Jafta today. Really brilliant running, finding those gaps and being able to give the strike to a partner.
Yeah, and Captain Tabi Singh Nini coming back early. She only has the 2 overs remaining, but she realizes the importance of breaking this partnership right now.
Another quick single, misfield this time, and you can see the pressures on the Dragons right now. They get making mistakes in the field, something that you didn't see through for the large parts of this innings. And now you're starting to see these misfields creeping in, the sign of pressure that's been applied to them. They're seeing the scoreboard and seeing this game maybe just slipping out their hands, where at some point they felt they were in control. They'll need to regather here. They really need to come together here and be loud again and energetic and focus on trying to, as we see Tabi Singh coming around the wicket, changing the angle, changing maybe the perspective, trying something new. Another single again from Jafta. Brilliant running.
Yeah, Tiani van den Heuvel went to Hoërskool Oosmoed. She's 21 years old now. Interesting, she went to Japan with a couple of the other players, Tebogo Macheke and Khalelo Matsepe, on a bit of a tour there. Had some experience in the Women's Japan Premier League. And you can see she looks like she's playing with a lot of experience, even though it's only her 3rd one-day match. And previous best of 15, she's now gone up to 42 at a runner ball. looking so comfortable out there. Jafta with the single to finish the over. She looks like she wants to up the tempo a bit now as well, and it is about that time of the match. 7 overs to go. They're 180 for 6. 7 and over from here would get them to around that 230 mark. I think they might be eyeing that out. And if Tiani van den Heuvel stays out there, maybe they get even a little bit more.
Yeah, certainly they'll get a bit more.
That's almost off stump.
If Tiani van den Heuvel is there for those last 7 overs, we're looking at a score of excess about 250. Especially after looking to increase her run rate as well. To be some entertaining cricket coming.
Well, ball just giving it a little bit of air is Ergsleben. Again, same sort of thing, keeping it tight. Couple of dot balls. Dot balls now are like gold at this stage of the innings.
After looking to keep busy, dancing down the wicket in that previous delivery. You can just almost feel she's looking to be a bit more aggressive now, as there's just about 7 overs left in this innings. She'll want to get to that 200 mark quite quickly and set a really competitive target here for the Dragons. And you can just see on this pitch, it does allow for stroke play, but disciplined stroke play as well. And you might think the score is a really good score, but dance it down the wicket again. But this time around, chips in the air, confusion again, but they eventually get the single. Again, a missed opportunity there for the Dragons. But frustrating, that is.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving away singles like that. The pressure's just been building a little bit on Jafta, sticking at the one end.
Brilliant stroke, but stopped by the deep cover. And this time around they push for 2 again. I said brilliant stroke there. I thought it was going straight to the boundary. It looked clean off the bat initially.
Yeah, the bowler not too impressed. It probably shouldn't have been 2 runs there. By the time the fielder had the ball in her hands, was only the time they turned back for the second. So a stronger throw there might have had them in a little bit of trouble. But positive running here between these two, and the partnerships moved on to 59. 184 for 6 was still a good over from Alyssa Ergsleben, and Ntabi Singh Nini will finish her spell here.
How brilliant has she been, the captain, led from the front early on. Should dearly love to close off a bowling spell here with the wicket. Any wicket will do here. Either the wicket of Gandhi Jafta or the Tian van der Heuvel. Either of those wickets are big wickets at this point in time. They are set. They're both on 40s, with Jafta on 46 of 90 balls, clearly set. Tiani van der Heuvel clips it down leg for a single, and also that takes up to 45 balls, a runner ball, both very dangerous.
You can see Jafta has a lot more positive intent now. They're running for everything as well. Brings up another couple of runs. You can just feel this is the death overs now. This is where the Dragons will have to be on high alert, because the Titans are coming after the bowlers now.
Another single again from Jafta. Quick one this time, and it's tight. But just makes it in time. Would have been interesting to see a direct hit there, how close that would have been. Drops it leg side and pushes for a quick one. Basically the blueprint of the innings.
They're running for absolutely everything now, are the Titans. Except for that one perfect Yorker from Sabi Singh Nini.
Yeah, I'm sure you can hear from the stump mic the wind blowing really hard. From the university end, from the end we're seeing it from now, it's blowing from right to left. Another brilliant stroke down the ground, another convincing stroke, another boundary for Tiani van der Hilfer. Brilliant stroke, and that stroke takes her up to 49 as well.
Yeah, both batters now on 49. That was well played. Again going for the Yorker was Nini. But this time it ends up being a full touch and picks the gap expertly is Tiani van der Hilfer in that mid-wicket gap. And it's been so impressive from her. She's just injected some real energy to this partnership and to this innings. 5 overs left. Continuing on with the spin are the Dragons, and the Titans will have to take it on as they look to end on a high here. Jafta 1 run away from a half century.
Yeah, Jafta were looking to score yet another half century. Just pokes that one, tries to guard that one past the keeper's gloves, but to no avail.
Just have to tie the shoelaces quickly. That's Jafta. Sometimes the batters ask the keepers to help them, but she decides to do it herself. Or maybe it's not the shoelaces. Maybe she just had to adjust the shoe a little bit.
You can hear her teammates shouting, "Go Gandhi!" And rightfully so. She's really put out a captain's performance here.
Alyssa actually have been coming around the wicket now. Gandhi Jafta just taking a new mark on the middle. And maybe just a little bit more tentative. 1 run away from the half century. Sometimes that does happen when those types of milestones come around.
Dances down the ground and chips it in the air, and that'd be another 50 for their captain, Gandhi Jafta. Brilliant 50 from her. Third 50 for Titans. A lady from the Eastern Cape, East London, from Lillifontein. Brilliant 50 from the captain.
Yeah, wonderfully played. Gandhi Shlumela Papama Jafta. 50 up, and now another one in sight of a 50. Oh, Jafta. Jafta looking for the quick single, just apologizing there. Don't want her partner not to get to the same milestone. Again, another dot ball, just sneaking in a few quiet balls. Here are the Dragons. Sometimes milestones can almost work against the team.
Yeah, plays in the batter's head.
Again, the quick single And she gets through, and she gets to her own 50, does Tiani van den Heuvel, and soaks up the applause. She deserves it, shows to the back of her shirt, number 73. Her first 50 out of the Hollywoodbets Pro 50, and so well deserved. She has brought in the positive energy. She's gone at a runner ball, and she'll look to finish off strongly here.
Brilliant, brilliant 50. What an aggressive 50 that was from Tiani van den Heuvel.
Short and dealt with, but not quite getting the gap this time. And so, Alyssa Eriksleben wouldn't be too upset with that over. Only the 4 runs coming from it, including the wide. So 4 overs left in the innings is 197 for 6. What can the Titans get from here?
Yeah, you'd like to think with 4 overs to go, they're probably looking maybe 10 and over from here, if possible. Trying to push that score to just about maybe 230, 240 maybe. But that will be truly and 100% dependent on these two being there for the next 4 overs. If they can be able to pick up boundaries and stick around for the next 4 overs, the score can definitely go over to that 230 mark and definitely be a competitive target here. Judging from where they were, how they started off, they were in trouble early on. And they managed to drag this game back and come back in this game to their captain, who's been involved in 2 crucial big 50 partnerships in the context of this game.
Again, running the first one hard are these two. It would just be the single. It's Katlego Sitlode back into the attack. Tabi Singh nearly her 10 overs. She took 2 for 39 with the 1 maiden. And Sitlode won't be bowling out. She still had 3 overs left of just the 4 overs remaining in the innings. Gets away with a little bit of width there.
How brilliant has been this rescue mission from Gandhi Jafta though. Didn't lose a head, lost wickets around her. Difficult time when she came in, but still stuck around and built partnerships with her teammates.
Yeah, it was 48 for 8 at one point, and then she formed a 60-run partnership with Elise Marie Marks. And now this partnership has moved on to 73 of only the 89 deliveries.
Do you mean 48 for 4?
48 for 4 indeed. And good placement by Tiani van den Heuvel. They get back for the second. They'll be looking for some boundaries now with the Titans.
And that second run takes them up to 200, that is. With just about 3.2 overs to go. Up in the air and just chips it over that short mid wicket.
I think the Dragons will be happy with any overs here that go without the boundary. It's just the 4 rounds so far off this. We'll need a bit of a bigger push here from the Titans in the last few overs. 1 to go in this.
Another quick single. Direct hit, but no run out there. It's quite safe. How many times has Jafta done that in this inning? Just drops it on the legs and just puts her head down and runs. Or drops it in any gap, in matter of fact. She's just been really brilliant with the running in between the wickets in this game.
Yeah, it has been very good running from her. And now it's time to open up those shoulders a bit as we see a change in bowling. It is Ruday Denishan coming back into the attack, and they won't have much pace to work with from her, so they'll have to make their own pace and get themselves into good positions to hit some boundaries here. Keep Veronica ready up to the stumps once more, so she won't be really venturing out of the crease here. Jafta. And of course, go for a quick run. That was a tight one, but she does manage to get it past Mignon de Pré at extra cover for a single. Tiani van den Heuvel does look the more likely between the two to hit some boundaries here at this point.
Just about 2.4 overs to go. What's your score here that you want to like to at least would like to see being put on by the Titans as a respectable total to defend?
Very good fielding again by Mignon de Pré. And yeah, I think they want a minimum of 220 here. Gandhi Jafta just diving back into her crease. You can hear her is saying Mignon's name, testing her. Yeah, but they'll have to get going now. These dots are not what they require. That's in the slot, but there is a long on-fielder in play, so bowling to their fields are the Dragons. So they started off the innings very well. So far, ending of the innings well as well.
Yeah, they, as much as these two batters have batted brilliantly, but how about the Dragons' death bowling at the moment? They've tightened it up in the last couple of overs. Haven't allowed them to completely get away with these last couple of overs. As I say that, they bowl a wide delivery.
Goes for the big shot, and it all falls just short of deep mid wicket running in. Close call, but that's what they have to try and do now. They have to go for those boundaries. And it's been very tidy for the Dragons. They'll be very chuffed with how they've been finishing.
And that brings us to the end of the 48th over with the score on 206 for 6.
Only the 3 runs coming off that over, and it's almost like a handbrake has been pulled off and up in the Titans innings right now. 2 overs to go. 225, 230. Can they still get there? They'll have to do considerably more than they have been in the last few overs, but it's been such good bowling from the Dragons, and I have been impressed by them today. The discipline they've shown for most of the day.
Yeah, they showed great discipline, but it's been negated by the batting of Gandhi Jafta. She goes, dances down the ground and flat bats that straight down the ground for a boundary. Nice aggressive stroke play there by Gandhi Jafta. Her innings has been built up of really from singles and dropping runs into gaps. And out of that score she scored there, most of her runs have come from twos and singles, and she scored 25 singles off this 59 run.
Yeah, starting to bring out the power game now is Gandhi Jafta. Might have to respell her name to G-U-N instead of G-A-N. Just bringing out the guns.
Werner, Really bringing out your tricks with the words today, I must say.
Seems like Van den Heuvel just lost a little bit of flow to her innings here. And opportunity to rectify it now again.
Yeah.
8 balls remaining in the innings. 212 for 6. Gandhi Jafta on 60. Tiani Van den Heuvel on 55. More boundaries are needed for the Titans. Goes for the big shots up in the air. Long on coming in, but not much timing on it, and they will only get the single.
As that single takes the partnership to 88. Potential game-changing partnership that's really dragged this Titan side to a very, very, very competitive total. Again up in the air, again, and that now this time around it's gone. Wicket for Katlego Sihlori. Tian Van den Heuvel looking to be aggressive as there's only very little balls to go. But this time around mistimes it and chips it up in the air and taken brilliantly by the Dragons. Wicket gone.
Now comfortably taken by Alyssa Oaksleben at point. Looking to go across the line is Van den Heuvel. As I said, she just lost a little bit of flow to her innings, but take nothing away from her. A wonderful 55 of only 61 deliveries. She came in at a time when it looked like the Titans might struggle to even get to 200. They were 125 when they lost their 6th wicket, and rightly applauded off the field is Tiani Van den Heuvel. Well played.
A brilliant performance it was. Performance that changed the momentum of the game, where captain really needed her to be aggressive, and she played the perfect foil for her captain. Yeah, she can be surely proud of the performance as well as her teammates.
Risha Kutser coming to the crease now for the final few deliveries of the innings. The last over coming up will be bowled by Ruday Denishan.
Gandhi Jafta will want to face majority of this over. She's a player that's in. She's seeing the ball really well.
Goes across the
Again,
line.
sweep.
Just over the fielder at square leg. And just about to say that's probably one area where she can target. She does enjoy the sweep shot, does Gandhi Jafta. The fielders back are a deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover. That one just cleared the short square leg.
Yeah, boundaries start off the over now. Pressure on. Again another sweep, again another boundary. Jafta, back-to-back boundaries, looking to finish strong here.
Yeah, it's very poor bowling. Way down the leg side with no fine leg fielder out is the last thing you can be doing. So either have a field change or rectify the lines here for Denishan. That's just too easy. Just getting some bat on it to help it along the way. Doesn't look like she'll be changing the field. So that means that she'll have to rectify her line, get outside the off stump. Goes for the quick single, this time was Jafta. And so that means that Kutser will get to face a few deliveries, or at least one, at the back end of this innings. Jafta has moved on to 70 runs of 105 deliveries.
I would have loved Jafta to keep the strike there. And maybe rather sacrifice that one ball and go for the boundary ball since he's the player that's in.
Bit of a misfield from already allows Jafta to get back on strike. That will be buys. And, you see Jafta's a little bit tired out there. She's been out there for a long time, giving it her all.
What a captain's performance has been from Jafta. Real big player performance this. Tight single. Ooh, another tight run, but she makes it safely.
Yeah, would have been out had Mignon Dupree hit, and you can see Jafta's out on her feet, and but she's really rallied around for the troops here today. One ball remaining to can they finish strong?
The penultimate ball, there it is.
And that's another direct hit for the Dragons. Been so impressive in the field. Again, another sharp throw as she almost plonks her bat in. Kutzer not able to get there. That means that they won't get a run off the last delivery of the innings. And that finishes things up for them. 224 for 8 it will be. Again, that run out. Direct hit from square leg. It might be the exact same fielder as well. We'll verify that. But she's been so good as Karabu Lempane. Dead on the spot today, but the Titans will be happy with how they came back in those innings from 48 for 4, 125 for 6 to end up on 224, target of 225 for the Dragons. It feels pretty even at the moment. The Dragons won't mind it too much, but the Titans, captain's knock from Jafta taking them there.
And talk about captain's knock, she's been clapped off by a team, and rightfully so. What a performance from them. As you look at the scorecard, yeah, the main person here on the scorecard has been Jafta. She had a brilliant 50-run partnership with Eliz Murray Marks, and unfortunately she was dismissed. And then Tian van Heerfer came into the crease at a brilliant time where the captain needed her, played aggressively and took them to a score that was very respectable. But what's your thoughts here, Werner, with the bowling that we've seen this afternoon?
I think for the most part it's been very impressive from the Dragons. I think after we started to being put under a little bit of pressure by Eliz Marie Marks and Tiani van den Neufel, it just derailed a little bit, and they got some momentum that the Titans. They put it back again at the end with some tight overs, but then just this last over with those last couple of boundaries, taking that target up to 225. Titans will be happy with that. 2 wickets each for Ntabi Singh Nini, Katlego Setslodi, and Janae Winster. And that's where we are at the moment. 225 will be the target for the Northwest Dragons as they come out to bat in their first run chase of the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series here at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. Please join us again after this lunch break.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest throw.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Ishala Ikakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Ozanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, Are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpar.
Oh, that's out of here. Oh, just like that. What's this? It's a jam.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket. Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honor. Number one, I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys can start the campaign off really well. How do we carry the momentum? It's a very difficult question to answer, considering we've got quite a lot of movement this year. So I think the best thing is there is some continuity in terms of a lot of our, a majority of our players are still sort of the same faces that we've seen. So getting the likes of Mitchell, Connor, Josh, those are sort of the leadership guys to sort of carry the momentum that we had from last season, and try and get us off to a good start come this Thursday.
The Fidelity Titans have set the Northwest Dragons 225 to chase here in their 30 overs. It's Liz Marie Marks who will be opening the bowling for the Fidelity Titans. And she has two slip fielders in place, third and also deep cover on the boundary. Starts with one just outside the off stump. Deirdre van Rensburg and Phoebe Molkenboer has come out to open the batting for the Dragons. Deirdre van Rensburg was very impressive last season, winning player of the tournament in the provincial 50 over series. A little bit of pace there from Elismarie Marks early on. Nice and vocal in the field are the Titans here early on. Plenty of encouragement. Bit wide this time and signaled as such by umpire Sean Oxhaven. I think the Titans will be buoyed by the fact that they were able to set the target of 225. They were in a bit of a dire position at 48 for 8. Sorry, I should say 48 for 4. And it was Captain Gandhi Jafta who led the way with the bat. Jafta made 71 of 106. And the partnerships with Elismarie Marks, who made 36, and Tiani van den Jiffel really brought them back in the game and helped them get to that target in the end. And they want to keep on with that momentum with the ball here, while the Dragons, they all want to show what they are capable of with the bat, especially Van Rensburg coming off a good season. She wants to back that up with another good one here. Welcome back, Kamva Nikana.
Thank you, Werner. That was a good carry there by Elismarie Marks. Had a decent innings out with the bat. Now coming out, opening the bowling.
You could feel the frustration with her dismissal, so maybe she'll take it out on the batters a bit here. Come in with some extra steam, and you can see she's getting some good carry through to the Bohamacheke.
Yeah, she's got a good frame with her. Wide, looks strong. And it just shows that pace that she produces as well, and could carry on this pitch. You'd definitely like to think she'll be a threat here.
Dot to finish the first over. It's only the wide coming off it. It's one without loss after the first over for the Dragons. Tidy start from Elismarie Marks. It's interesting. It's almost become customary for the captain to stand at mid-off. It's almost like it's a designated position for captains these days. They like to be quite close to the bowler. Talk to them throughout the over, maybe talk about field settings, what are the bowlers looking to do, what they expect of them.
Yeah, I certainly think it's the best position for captains. I think it's fastest way to get a message across to your bowler, and it's a very good position as well for the captain to be able to set these field positions. Genuinely mid-off and maybe slip are one of the best positions, but I think I like the idea of captains being right there in the bowler's ear and really just directing them with every single ball. But obviously there are some experienced heads and experienced bowlers that don't require that assistance all the time. But especially with the young bowlers, you really want to be right there with them and guide them through their over.
Nice inside is Mona Lisa Legode for her first delivery. She does tend to tail the ball back into the right-handers, and so they'll I have to be careful, not try to cut too many deliveries, because she does bring in with quite an angle, and she is quite tall as well. There's Lehore again, another one who impressed during the Under-19 World Cup. She hardly ever gives any room to the batters, and that can make it quite difficult for them unless they are very strong on the leg side and can use that angle.
And talk about giving room to batters. Here on this pitch, in order to be able to score runs, you want those balls to be a bit wider for you to be able to pick out those cut shots and pick out those gaps. But the way Monalisa Likhodi is bowling at the moment, should be tough to get away. And as I say that, and she bowls a wide one, and it's picked up for a boundary through the point region. Widest delivery, as you spoke about it, and concedes a boundary.
Yeah, you can almost tell from her field settings what she's trying to do. There's no third out on the boundary. It's a little bit more unconventional. There's a fine leg and a deep square leg. Sometimes she'll have one of those two fielders out on the leg side in the power play, but she has both, meaning that she generally looks to bring the ball back into the right-handers, aim at the stumps. Just got that line wrong a little bit in the previous delivery.
Yeah, you can clearly see the plan here from Monalisa Likhodi. Trying to start it wide and then bring it back in. And maybe I could if I would suggest something for her in terms of her bowling or bowling tactics at the moment, maybe bowl one of those straight ones that maybe slightly nip away if she can, if she has the ability to nip it away, and then bowl her stock delivery, the one that nips back in. At the moment, maybe it's a little bit too predictable.
Strays down the leg side for the second wide. I think for most part of the Dragons innings, they were very disciplined. They only had the one wide in the first maybe 20 overs, and but now already a couple coming in this innings for the Titans. I agree with you. You don't want to become too predictable as a bowler.
This time around, she strays leg side and gets clipped away for 4. Loose delivery there by Monalisa Likhodi. Again, maybe overcorrection there, trying to search for that one that's jagging back in.
I quite like the chants from the side of the field. Phoebe, or Phoebe Molkenboer. She clearly has quite a few supporters who are here to see her do well.
Talk about supporters. Look, I'm really happy with the crowd that's come out today. A lot of kids running around on the grandstands there, and maybe some on the banks sitting around. Students coming out, creating a vibe around the stadium. Nice to see the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series being supported out here in Potchefstroom.
Bit of an untidy start for Monalisa Likhodi in that first over, straying down the leg side a couple of times. She'll have to just tighten things up as the Lisma remarks comes back. Just a little bit of bounce, but well worked away by Diederik van Rensburg. Important that they keep rotating the strike here. There's quite a large gap on the offside, to be honest. There's no square leg at all, neither in the ring or on the boundary. So there's just a fine leg in the ring and a mid-on. So anything on the leg is a gaping hole there. So Marks will have to get her line outside the off stump here. Can be a tricky field to bowl to.
Talk about field. I certainly like the field setting that the Titans have, very attacking. Currently, for Eliza Murray Marks, they've got 2 slips in place. Point, cover, fine leg, short fine leg, and deep third man. And you can afford to have that for Marks because of her consistency with the bowling. You know what you'll get from her. She'll bowl that back of the length delivery hard, that heavy ball. And she's shown that she's backing up her captain with the field setting she's given her, searching for that outside edge.
It's well bowled again by Mark. She is very consistent. And, 2 balls remaining in the over. Umpires just confirming that with each other. Important that the umpires keep the communication open between them, help each other out. Sometimes a square leg fielder, square leg umpire I should say, sees something different than the straight on umpire sees. Lovely swing away there from Marks, getting the ball to hoop around a little bit here.
She's been bowling really tidy deliveries. Only one of this over so far. And hitting consistent areas. Something that is required on this pitch. And we saw that this pitch was very rewarding to disciplined bowling as well as to disciplined batting. So it'll be interesting who will let loose first.
Wide ball.
Or lose their discipline. Talk about discipline, a wide ball being bowled there.
Yeah, it was something that really impressed me in the Dragons innings. There wasn't a lot of wides, especially early on. I think early on in the innings they kept it very tight. They were very disciplined. Some of the wides just crept in later on in the match. And so already 3 for the Titans, something that they will want to keep an eye on.
Werner, we see a target here of 225, and we saw how the innings of the Dragons progressed. They really had a horrible start, if I could call it that. And not the Dragons, I mean the Titans, sorry, in terms of their bat, and they really managed to drag it back in with the help of their captain. How would you see the Titans, or rather the Dragons, being able to chase this target down here in this innings and be able to translate that pressure and be able to score runs at will or be able to rotate strike? How do you see them being able to chase down this target of 225?
Yeah, I think firstly you don't want to be losing too many wickets early on in the power play. If you can make use of the power play and you can get to around 40, 50 without losing more than, let's say, 1 wicket, that puts you in a real good position from the get-go. Good delivery there from Mona Lisa Lejore. Good comeback after that previous over. Didn't quite go the way she would have wanted. Yeah, and I guess similar to the Titans, partnerships remain crucial. And so especially if you can get some good partnerships from the top order to lay the foundation for the rest to come, makes the target seem a lot easier. But they will be tested now coming up to the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series. It's a new level, a bit of a step up here for the Dragons ladies, but I'm sure they will relish the opportunity.
It's been a good over, yeah, by Mona Lisa Lejore. Maybe went a bit searching in the first over, but now has gone back to her consistent lines at the back of length delivery. Those tight lines you spoke about that she favors mainly, and looking to induce that outside edge or inside edge with that ball that jags back in.
Ventures a bit fuller. I think like Van Rensburg might feel she missed out a little bit there. With all the fielders up on the offside, she can just hit the gap. She can pick herself up a boundary. They can't afford to give too much width here to the batters with the field setting that she does have.
Again, loose delivery by Mona Lisa Lejore. And you saw initially in that first over, she tried to bowl a bit wider because of that ball that nips back in quite a bit. But this time around, she starts a bit too straight, and she hasn't really found that right area for that ball that comes back in. So she's really searching here. That looks better. As we see that single bin run, it's going to be important for those singles and twos to be run really well. Yeah, we saw how Gandhi Jafta constructed her innings with dropping the balls in the gaps and applying pressure to the fielders and being able to release the pressure at regular occasions because of being able to rotate the strike.
Yeah, sure. Monalisa Lagorde will have to cut out those wides. Can't afford all of these extras piling up. Makes the target so much easier if the bowlers help out in the run chase. Yeah, it's important for these two to keep rotating the strike, as you say. Run those singles quickly, run twos hard. And you will be rewarded for good shots as well here. Quick outfield, not a big boundary. That's much better from Lagorde. Targeting those stumps and just getting the bat down in time is Phoebe Molkenboer.
And that brings us to the end of the fourth over with the score was 15 for no wicket lost.
Interesting to know where that surname comes from. It feels very Dutch. Molkenboer.
The name is definitely not Dutch. Well, I wouldn't know better. It doesn't sound Dutch.
Okay. Maybe I'll try and find out from her after the match. It's well played, but also well bowled by Marks. Still bowling to her field, packed on the offside, and the two slip fielders standing in wait.
I really wonder. I would have thought that you would have maybe known. Maybe it's maybe an Afrikaans surname that's familiar to you. Got a couple of the Afrikaans surnames wrong today.
Molkenboer is Dutch. She's from the Netherlands. So, very much Dutch.
Could you, Werner? On the mark again.
Interesting that she finds herself here playing for the Dragons. I'd like to find out exactly what that story is. Unless there's some way two Phoebe Molkenboers, but I highly doubt there will be two playing cricket, so I'm guessing it is Phoebe Molkenboer from the Netherlands, who's played international cricket for them. Again, going full Liz Marie Marks. She's 20 years old, from Gravenhage. Played 30, 20 internationals for the Netherlands. Averages 22 off the bat, strike rate of 96. Played 6 ODIs, averaged 22 off the bat as well. Made the 150. Wondering how they roped her in here.
I wonder how she managed to get all those fixtures or those games in at age 20.
Well, as we said earlier, they often start very young in the women's game. And I wonder if she longed for a small town type of place to play after the Netherlands. I thought Potch might be a good place, a good fit for her.
I can tell you one thing for sure, she is a team favorite. every single time the ball hits her bat and she goes for a run, you can just hear the huge shouts of Phoebe. I'm sure you can hear it through the stump mic. But yeah, she must be really loved in the dressing room. Must be a character.
That's brilliantly played by Deirdre van Rensburg. Pierces the gap at extra cover and all the way to the boundary for 4. What a way to end the over for the Northwest Dragons. They move on to 20 without loss after 5.
Yeah, brilliant stroke that was. Almost just put her hands there, didn't move her feet much, and just really play that stroke with the hands, and brilliant strokes, and pierces the gap quite nicely there. Deirdre van Rensburg.
Sorry, that's my mistake. It was actually Phoebe Molkenboer on strike. I'm praising van Rensburg for something she's not yet done in this innings. So Phoebe was the one to get that one away. We were talking so much about her. I thought she was on strike the previous delivery. But no, that takes her up to 12. Deirdre van Rensburg yet to really get going. She's on 3 of 17.
Again, you see the ball tailing back in there from Mona Lisa Likhodi. I tell you something, Verna, if she starts finding her areas with that ball nipping back in as much as it is, it's going to create a lot of problems. But at the moment, it's maybe starting a bit too wide, and if maybe you can see maybe in the next delivery how the ball comes back in, it really is moving back in. It's just that she's not finding that right area. If she just gets on that 6th stump line and getting to nip back in, round about there, but maybe a tad bit fuller, targeting those pads and that inside edge, that will be a lot of trouble there.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not the most natural angle for batters to work with. They're used to the ball coming out straight or maybe moving away from them. But coming back in can be tough to adjust to if you're not used to it. They've been keeping Van Rensburg very quiet here. Yeah, maybe just be a little bit nervy, or just feels you want to get going here. 3 of 20 deliveries. Maybe just a release shot somewhere.
Confusion there in the middle, but eventually they get their run. Something you've seen so quite often in the Titans innings. A lot of confusion they're running, but brilliant running as well, equally as much. Ran brilliantly in between the wickets, but also had some shaky calls at times, and I think there was a bit or 2 run-outs in that innings.
Yeah, brilliant run-outs by Karabo Limpane with direct hits twice. Not something you see often in one innings. Brilliant fielding from her. And yeah, it's important that the 2 batters out in the middle call nice and loudly. Again down the leg side. Again a wide delivery from Likhodi.
Yeah, Likhodi struggling with that ball nipping back in, and it is a stock ball. It is a natural delivery that nips back in. Sometimes those stock deliveries can be your weakness and can be your strength as well. And at the moment for Mona Lisa Likhodi, it's playing against her. Bowled a couple of wides with those balls never back in. Not finding that line and maybe bowling it a tad bit too straight. She's got the right thinking, right ideas, but not hitting the right areas. Misfield in between the legs. They'll be pushing for 2 here. Only run 1 on that misfield. Definitely what Titans will definitely not want to see that.
Yeah, I think the Dragons need to run quite a bit harder here. I think that was there should have been an easy 2 there in the end. And they need to really push the fielders here. Make sure they grab any opportunity to get the extra run.
Picks up the outside edge. Mona Lisa Likhodi, and that outside edge trickles down for a boundary. And that will be the first boundary for Deirdre van Rensburg. A bit of a streaky boundary that was. But she'll take that.
She definitely will. It's quite a quick start here now for the Dragons, going at almost 5 runs to the over. Much quicker than the Titans started. Just getting the outside edge, but did play it down and play it late. That's fine as well to get that down towards the boundary for 4. To her credit, she did play it nice and late. Even though it took the edge, she didn't go hard at it.
Speaking to the groundsman earlier this morning, and he told me something interesting. He was saying before the toss and took place, and I was having a chat with him and asking him, what do you really think was the best thing to do here on this pitch? Do you bowl first, bat first? And he was like, well, if with the overcast conditions, he'd really think it would be best for whoever wins the toss to decide to bowl first. And he mentioned that besides the fact he's a huge fan of the Dragon side, obviously because he's from Potchefstroom, but he mentioned that he feels that the strength of this Dragon side would be to bowl first and to chase down. They felt that setting targets for them wouldn't be the best thing to do, and it would be very important for them to win the toss and bowl first and give themselves the best chance to win the game. So yeah, clip down leg side and to the square leg boundary for 4. Brilliant stroke, just leans onto that. Deirdre van Rensburg, another boundary for her.
Yeah, spoke about that massive gap on the leg side with only a fine leg and a mid-on the leg side, and how important it was for Alyssa Marie Marks to keep her channel outside the off stump. And so with that boundary, we do see a field change. Second slip comes out and moving into that square leg region just for a little bit of protection inside the inner ring.
And to just add to that groundsman staff's comment was basically the chasing, and they're showing that they really look comfortable with chasing at the moment. They've looked comfortable in this innings, haven't looked really troubled. Yes, I must say maybe the bowling from the Titan hasn't been the greatest, but for them they've looked really comfortable chasing at the moment.
That fielder at square leg has just moved a bit straighter. She's come now to a mid-wicket region, so still a gap at square leg itself. So still can't get too straight for Marks, but she does have a little bit of protection now at mid-wicket. Big appeal, and up goes the finger from Sean Oxhaven. That's the early wicket that the Titans were looking for. And Deirdre van Rensburg got squared up a little bit there from Alyssa Marie Marks. Just getting it to angle away from her a touch. And we'll have a look at the replay, but it did look quite straight.
Yeah, that was plumb, and I wasn't really convinced by the stroke that was played there by Deirdre van Rensburg. Looking to play a very similar stroke that she played that got her a boundary, but that stroke, that ball really she should have just played straight and with the straight bat. Playing across the line with the delivery that is going directly to your middle stump, to leg stump at most. She'll be disappointed with that, but nonetheless, wicket for Marks. Good start from her.
Very good start. She's been quite impressive as Marks. Apart from that leg stump half volley, previous delivery, she's been quite accurate and been rewarded with the wicket. Got a wicket to wicket there. And it is Veronica Reddy coming to the crease, the keeper from the Northwest Dragons. She was quite vocal behind the stumps throughout the first innings. And now it's time to make her bat do the talking. Right-hand batter coming up from the Knights, who've unfortunately been relegated at the end of last season, but that's given the opportunity for the Dragons to come up, and they've certainly shown what they are capable of already, and they'll want to continue in that fashion with the bat as well.
And a huge shot there by Marks. But this time around, umpire moved.
Yeah, it seemed to come off the legs, but you know that she went out earlier on with one very similar that umpire down low decided came off the bat. And so now Ellis Marie Marks was convinced this one came off the bat. Umpire says no, just off the pad.
She was probably thinking to herself, oh, I can't dismiss that guy. Why not this time? Why is it not given this time? She's bowled a lot of energy though in her first 4 overs. Might be her last over of a spell. Might be tempting to give her just another one. She's just picked up a wicket in this over, but might just be her last over of a spell. But anyway, that brings us to the end of the 7th over. The score with 32 for 1.
Mona Lisa Lechorde will get another over. And important for her to follow up that over from Ellis Marie Marks with some tight lines. Maybe even pick up another wicket to really set the Dragons back. Still only fielders outside is a deep backward square leg and a deep fine leg. That's very well bowled by Lechorde, getting that Yorker right on the stumps. It's nice to see all the youngsters coming through domestically, both in the women's and the men's competitions. Just pulling out of that one. Sometimes you can just lose the run up a little bit, especially if there's some wind around. At least it seemed to have died down a little bit now after lunch. Again, nice and accurate. Important that she keeps that on for the full over. We've seen a few overs where she started well and then almost lost her way later in the over. I think that's one of the things that youngsters really need to learn as they go through their career, really building on that consistency. Not a matter of bowling one or two or three very good deliveries in an over and then give a few easy runs away. Nice and tight so far from her.
Yeah, much better over from Mona Lisa Lechorde. Has struggled in the first couple of overs to find a length and lines, in particular with that in-swing and delivery. That one exactly that starts a touch bit too straight and then strays to the legs, which becomes easy pickings for the batsman. Anything on the legs genuinely is easy pickings for the batsman, and if she could just shift it a little wider from maybe starting off from middle stump and maybe started off at the 4th, 5th stump line, it's a whole different delivery. It's a lot more threatening, a lot more troubling, rather than just a leg stump half volley or leg-sided delivery that's easy pickings.
Nice ball and good encouragement from the fielders. It was important to keep the energy up and give that support to your bowler, especially in defending a target. You've gotten that early wicket. You want to make sure you keep that pressure on the batters. Just the one slip in place for the Titans at the moment. Much better over this time from Mona Lisa Lechorde, and she does back up Ellis Marie Marks very well. Only one run coming off it. It's 33 for 1 after 8.
And it seems like Ellis Marie Marks might continue from the university end, not yet being pulled off by her captain, Jafta. Probably Jafta feeling like this is the time to maybe try pick up more wickets as she moves over to mid-off.
I think they'd love to dismiss Molkenboer as well, who has that international experience. Again on the pads, can't afford to bowl there. No square leg in place, that's easy pickings and another boundary to Phoebe Molkenboer, who moves on to 19.
Yeah, feeding the legs of Phoebe. Phoebe gladly accepts that and clips it on the leg side and into that vacant square leg region again, and more boundaries and more runs added onto the scoreboard for the Dragons.
She just looks like she has a lot of experience, doesn't she, Molkenboer? She might only be 20, but you can see she plays with a lot of style and class. Seems like a very good signing for the Dragons at the top of the order.
Yeah, and it seems like she's got a good head on the shoulders. Hasn't really played any loose strokes to speak of. For a 20-year-old, that is a lot of maturity shown in her stroke play. And her balance, the way she plays as well, and the way she's constructed these 23 balls.
Yeah, sometimes when a team comes up to another division, a higher level, it can be tough sometimes for the players, with the level just being so much more difficult. And so it's important to have good signings. And Molkenboer definitely looks like one of those. Veronica ready as well. The Tuskers in the men's competition has done the same thing. They've signed the likes of Darren de Pavilon, others for you, very experienced campaigners, because they lacked something in the bowling the previous time they managed to move up to Division 1, and they've looked to rectify that this season. So it looks like the Dragons have made a few astute signings as well. Keeping things very tight is Liz Marie Marks. He's played quite a bit for the Proteas in the past. She played 10 T20 matches for the Proteas, taken 5 wickets, and also the 7 ODIs. As well, played off the back foot. Comfortable single out into the deep to end over number 9. It's 38 for 1. So she also made she made 53 runs so far in the ODIs for the Proteas over 7 innings, but she only was dismissed in 1 inning. So technically her average is 53 in ODI cricket, so not bad at all. And so she'll be hoping to get back to the Proteas again at some stage, and no better way to prove that you are ready than to perform in this Hollywoodbets Pro50 series, as well as the Pro20 series that you'll see tomorrow between these two same sides right here at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. Coming up to the stumps now is the Bochum. That's because we'll have a bit of a bowling change. We'll have some spin into the attack in the likes of Paulina Mashishi.
This way. This way. Stop.
Anxious to see how Paulina Mashishi goes about her business here, the leggy.
Good ballers.
Nice and accurate start from her. Fired that one in quite quickly.
Right arm leg spin.
Nothing. Bravo. Usaya go third. Hey. Usaya go third.
Correction there on my side.
Let's just take a a close look.
Nothing!
Now the action looks like a leggy, but as far as I have it, she is an off spinner. Though sometimes it happens that players change the way they bowl in the off season. I've seen that happen quite a few times.
Yeah, I'm seeing more of a leggy here. But
Nothing!
it's interesting action. Interesting, well, release rather, more than action. Because she prepares, she and then a gather, she prepares like an off spin, but like her release looks very leggy. Leggy. How her arm goes around and
yeah, she's really firing it in there, not really giving it much air or opportunity to potentially turn.
something like you saw from the Dragons when they bowl, they fly to their delivers a lot and cause quite a bit of trouble for the Titans.
Nothing! Kiwani!
That is the end of her first over, Melina Mashishi. Only that one coming off the last delivery. That's the end of the power play as well. It's 39 for 1 after 10. And it's a good start here. It feels like both are on an even keel at this point. 39 for 1. It's very even with the Dragons. Only losing the 1 wicket. The Titans will be pretty happy with that. And at the same stage, the Titans with 38 for 2. So 1 run less, 1 wicket more. So pretty even stuff at the moment.
Yeah, even Stevens it is, with the Dragons needing a further 186 runs or 240 balls. And we see a bowling change.
Risha Kutsar coming into the attack. Some more spin for the Titans. We saw quite a bit for the Dragons as well. And that looks like a leggy to me. And she has a long on, long off, deep mid wicket, and as well as a deep cover on the boundary.
Is that a leggy? Yeah, that's looking more like a leggy. Interesting actions we've seen here from the ladies. Having spun both ends at the moment, the Titans.
Yeah, always good to see a leggy coming through, especially one that doesn't throw it up 100 miles in the air. One that has a nice consistent action and gets the ball through.
Yeah, but leg spin is a very difficult craft. Not easy to perfect.
Yeah, so much so that Sinailis has stopped bowling leg spin, turned to off spin now. Also, haven't really seen Danai van Niekerk bowling much of her leggies since her return to domestic cricket. She's only really been playing as a batter. Which is a shame, because I always enjoyed her leg spin a lot.
Yeah, maybe she's just come back and chose maybe another route on how she want to approach her game. Maybe to save her legs. And maybe to bowl less and just purely focus on her batting. Sometimes all-rounders do that, or batting all-rounders rather. You've seen the likes of maybe like a guy like Ben Stokes at times has stopped bowling, but obviously now you see him bowling a lot of overs, but there will be times with maybe due to injuries you'd prefer not to bowl and just purely focus on being just a batter.
Way down the leg side this time, and yeah, you have to be very confident to bowl as a leg spinner. It's a very tough skill, and so if you're not confident in what you're doing, it's not surprising if you end up deciding not to bowl it. Even that one's too short and punished by Phoebe Molkenboer. Comfortably through the covers. She looks very adept at this format, and she's gotten underway comfortably here for the Dragons.
Yeah, to be fair, that one was dragged down and really asking to be punished. And how about Phoebe Malcolmbourg up to the task and really smashes that through the covers? You don't want those type of deliveries from your leg spinner, and sometimes that's what a leg spinner gives you. It can be very expensive at times, but can be also create a lot of chances for wickets. And we'll have Polina Mashishi to continue. Off spinner.
Nothing! Woo! Papalas! Nothing!
I'm always very interested in surnames. So, Molken, I believe, is Dutch for Malk, which means milk. So, a lot of them in the Netherlands, their surnames come from their occupations previously, their ancestors, what they did. And so, Molkenboer probably means that in her line, her ancestors used to be milk farmers. A bit of an appeal there from Tebogo Macheke behind the stumps, thinking maybe it hit the toes before the bat came down, but she was the only one that appealed.
Nothing! Oh, Mapo, Lima, Nari, Mari.
I love the chat on the stump mic. Really loving the chat on the stump mic.
Nothing! Good sense.
A lot of encouragement coming from his teammates here for Polanina Mashishi, from his wicketkeeper, from her wicketkeeper rather. A lot of it. Nothing short of encouragement.
Nothing!
It's been a very accurate start from Polina Mashishi. Only the 2 runs conceded after 2 overs. It's 47 for 1 after 12. But the Dragons, they won't mind too much. It's been a good start from them, very solid, only the 1 wicket lost. And so they're still on target. Even if you're a little bit behind the rate, as long as you have wickets intact, you'll feel comfortable.
Yeah, wickets in hand is going to be important here, as much as partnerships are going to be important as well. And if they can just manage just to stick around there, hang around and rotate the strike, release the pressure at certain times, you can always catch up with wickets in hand. But losing wickets and trying to then catch up on the run rate, that's going to be difficult. So what's going to be important here for the Dragons, just to really take their time and building this partnership. They don't need to rush themselves. But one thing I've noticed that they've done differently is that they haven't run as well in between the wickets. Something that the Titans did really well to release pressure for themselves when they couldn't find the boundaries or find runs. This time around just knocked straight down the ground and only for a single. But yeah, for them, when things are really getting dry and the runs not moving, the scoreboard not moving, they need to find ways to rotate strike and share the load.
Yeah, it's important. Full toss. Not putting it away this time is Molkenboer.
Molkenboer.
Big full toss. Did she get the gap? Yes, she did. Splits the 2 fielders. Mona Lisa Legorde not able to cut that one off, and huge cheers from the side.
Yeah, loose delivery there by Kutsia. Loose delivery. Half volley, and I think that was a freebie for Phoebe.
Not too bad. Comfortable single down the ground. That is the over up, and a quick change for the Titans again between overs. Making sure they keep up with that over rate. Very important.
Time goes, eh? Time carries, eh?
I don't know if it's too early to call, but I'm seeing a tight finish here. The way this game is progressing, I really see a few twists, change momentum, and then might be a tight finish here. I get a feeling the way this game is going about at the moment, very much neck and neck.
Nothing!
A lot of entertainment yet to come.
Definitely is still plenty of cricket to come. We hope the weather plays its part as well. As you see, the wind is picking up once more. It's blowing across the field.
Nothing! Good
Sometimes as a spinner you're hoping that the wind blows across the pitch from right to left or left to right, so that you can use that to get some extra drift through the air.
Nothing! Good Polly! Good Masisi!
Up and over the leg side, the wrong line this time from Polina Mashishi, and an easy put away once again for Phoebe Mokambur, who continues on her merry way.
Yeah, boundaries coming at will here for Phoebe Mokambur, as she just literally guides that one leg side, doesn't really look to play with it too hard or tries to muscle it. She just really just puts a bat there to put it over
Nothing!
at square leg and fine leg. If you look at that required run rate, currently on 4.7 and current run rate on 4.2.
Looks like we'll have another change now for the Titans. It is Luyanda Nzuza coming into the attack, the all-rounder. Also coming over from the Knights together with Vuranisha Reddy, who's at the Dragons. So the two former teammates will be up against each other for different teams than they used to play for.
Luyanda Nzuza, the debutant. Another spinner on. Batola.
Up goes the dreaded finger from umpire Sean Oxhaven. First delivery by Luyanda Nzuza, and she gets the fine edge of Veranisha Reddy, her former teammate, and she'll have a nice little word after the game about that one.
Yet another player picks up a wicket on their first ball of the day. But this one more importantly for the debutant, Luyanda Nzuza. Wicket on the first ball of her debut. Brilliant from her.
That'll make the Titans feel a lot better. Another wicket, and that will bring the experienced Mignon de Prier to the crease. Mignon van der Merwe. Have a quick look there at the back of her shirt, whether she has de Prier or van der Merwe on the back of it.
De Prier. It's got de Prier on the back.
So we'll stick to it. If she sticks to the prayer, we'll stick to the prayer.
That's two. Right arm over, 5 balls.
Good start here by Leander and Zuzu. Bowling with good control in the first 2 deliveries. You'd expect Mignon Dupree to be busy on the crease, particularly against spin. Very comfortable against spin, and you'll see her maybe dance down the wicket at some point when she's a bit more comfortable. You'll see a few stroke play sweeps, reverse sweep. Very active batter. Very quick in between the wickets as well, I have to say.
Mignon Dupree is a busy cricketer, as you say, and they get that mid-wicket in place now, so that there isn't that easy single option just short into the leg side. It's taking it across this time, but wisely left by Phoebe Molkenboer.
Nice drift Zuzu's getting.
It's 15 overs gone. 58 for 2. Dragons chasing 225. New partnership now needing to form once more. I wonder if they understand each other, if the one speaks Afrikaans and the one speaks Dutch.
You tell me?
Yeah, it's fairly similar, but if you're gonna,
how far off is it?
Oh, well, Afrikaans is usually originated from Dutch. But I think if you speak either one of the two very quickly, I don't think the other person will understand it. Maybe slowly you will be able to follow along.
Have you experienced that before, or have you been around weird Dutch?
I have experienced it in the past, just a little bit in passing by. Never spoken to somebody who was Dutch. Or who is Dutch.
Nothing!
Just using a feature is Mignon Dupree.
Good Polly!
She's a good player of spin.
But nevertheless, the communication that will be needed will be yes-no in between the wickets. And let's go runs.
Good Polly!
Runs is all that matters here in the end for between these two batters. Important to form a partnership, regardless of the language.
Nothing! Good Polly!
Might have a drinks break after this over.
Nothing! Pull in!
It's 16 overs up, it's 59 for 2. And we're more going on time here than overs, I suppose. Going very quickly through their overs are the Titans. No problems in terms of over rate.
Yeah, there's a similar thing with the Dragons as well. I think they took us up to about 17 overs before we had drinks break. So they are going quite quickly through. Both teams have been quite impressive with their over rate. So we heard maybe just before the toss that the umpire Adalo set a clear warning to the two teams, saying that if ever over rate is low, you will be penalized for it. And probably that won't be happening anytime soon.
Tossed up nicely there by Luyanda Nzuza. Tempting Molkenboer to potentially go for a big shot with the deep square and mid-wicket out on the boundary. Shorts and easy single down into the leg side.
Not too often I'd say a 20-year-old is an experienced player, but this 20-year-old is looking very solid and looking very experienced and calm and collected in her approach.
Really is milking those singles.
There you go again, Werner.
Good, nice, loud call between these two, and also good fielding from her own bowling by Luyanda Nzuza.
You're having a lot of fun today with your words, Werner. Woke up the right side of the bed.
Straight down the leg side. That's too easy once again for Molkenboer. Races towards the boundary for 4. Puts it away. And the Titans, they're just losing their lines a bit here. Making it easier for the Dragons.
It's been very interesting the how this inning has progressed. You've seen runs being scored. You've seen then a slight pause in a wicket, then again runs. It's just made it so interesting. Like neither team is allowing the other to grab the game, or to take complete control of the game rather. As soon as the Dragons feel like they're building a partnership, they lose a wicket. Currently, the Dragons needing 159 of 198 balls.
Comfortably within reach at this stage.
Comfortable, but would be very uncomfortable if they lose wickets.
Nothing!
But you've got 2 experienced players, young experienced player in Phoebe Molkenboer, and then a former Protea in Mingyang Dupree.
They've been bowling very well to her so far though. Keeping it nice and tight, not making it easy for her to get off strike.
And you can see she's still looking too busy dancing down the wicket.
Nothing!
It'll be interesting to see how she reacts from this now. She hasn't been able to find gaps. She's timed the ball well. She's trying to dance down the wicket. She's punched the ball on the back foot but hasn't found the gap. Pressure on.
Nothing!
Again. And now this time they let her loose and they give her a single. Don't want to do that when you build pressure.
Yeah, that's a big mistake, unfortunately. You want to keep her on strike.
Nothing! Yeah, man! Go see me!
And it's been good bowling from Polina Mashishi, giving nothing away.
Nothing! Timothy!
She just needs her fielders to back her up here. It's 68 for 2 after 18 overs. Rushing through the overs here are the Titans.
And we are 18 overs in and there's still no drinks break. Just shows how quickly they've gone through the overs. To be fair, they have both spin, which they've managed to...
Drinks now. Give me, after drinks I'll tell you.
If you heard on the stump mic there, the umpire's singing drinks after this over.
I think the Dragons will be very comfortable at drinks if they don't lose another one here. Have this chase under control at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of control they do have. Young Dupree does dance the wicket, but Luyan and Zuza sees are coming down. The chart pushes a bit wider. But Myung to be up to the task.
It's better here from Luyanda and Zuza. She was a bit wayward in her previous over, wearing down the leg side. Keeping it much more tight now. And important for the Titans that they build some pressure here on the Dragons. Make this chase as tough as possible. Good effort there at mid-wicket from Simone Lawrence. Trying to dive across and stop that. Also a keeper is Simone Lawrence.
As we come to the end of the 19th over, you'd like to think now the umpire will signal drinks.
I actually don't think there is a specific signal for drinks. They just tell the fielders, you go and have drinks. So it is 71 for 2 after 19 at the drinks break. Dragons in control. Titans looking to wrestle back some momentum. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Lights,
The stage is set.
camera,
The shortest format, the biggest throw.
action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izanobukela amanina ehlala iqakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uzanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpar.
Oh, that's out of here. Oh, just like that. This is thrilling.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Welcome back after drinks. It's the Northwest Dragons, women who are on 71 for 2 after 19 overs. It's been a steady start for them. And it looks like Captain Gandhi Jafta has decided to bring herself back, or herself on, into the attack.
Yeah, you should expect some nicely flighted off spin here from Gandhi Jafta.
Nothing. Good Gandhi. Good guns.
Quick action.
Go Gandhi. Area mama. Go guns. Nothing. Hey, mama. So.
She usually decides to, when she goes about a bowling, to rather flight it. But today, looking to push it through.
Nothing. Hey, Wendy.
The lady from East London went to school in the high school called Lillifontaine. Was a wicketkeeper batsman in school.
Nothing. Good Robo. Yeah, man. Good carry. Good Robo. Go guns.
The captain looked tidy in her batting and is looking tidy in her bowling as well. Handy player she is.
Nothing. Good Rob.
Now she has a fielder back at a deep backward point and also a mid-wicket on the boundary, long on. And a sweeper on the offside who's it's almost a deep point, I'd say.
Nothing. Yeah, man.
Nice over to start with. Gandhi Jafta. That brings us to the end of the 20th over with the score on 71 for 2. Dragons still currently needing 154 or 180 balls, still looking comfortable. We're having this partnership at the moment at 14, slowly building. And with Phoebe Milkenburg on 40 of 68 balls and Minyang Dupree still relatively new to the pitch, or to the crease rather, at 5 runs of 14. On strike at the moment, looking to keep busy with her batting and dances down the wicket quite often and moves around in the crease, trying to disrupt the off spin of Luyanda and Zuza. But also Luyanda and Zuza has looked tidy with the bowling as well. Not deterred by the moving around of Mia and Dupree.
Great effort there from Simone Lawrence, diving across that mid wicket. Not able to cut off the single, but throwing her body around the youngster, young 18-year-old.
Nice flighted delivery by Luyanda and Zuza. The weather has stayed consistent today with throughout the whole day it's been cloudy. We expected rain, 100% rain today, but haven't seen a sign of that. Glad to get no rain today and hopefully 450 over still. I hope not jinxing it. But there's no signs of rain coming anytime soon. And with that as well, we've had also a decent crowd come in. A few people around the banks. Kids coming around playing on the banks and on the grandstand. A few maybe family members. Friends of maybe the players. Mainly maybe Dragon supporters here.
Nothing. Good Gandhi.
Always nice to see some people in to come and enjoy
Gandhi, eh?
the cricket. It's been good. It's been good quality cricket on display here today.
Nothing! Volley keeper!
That's a well-judged single there from Mignon de Pree. She waited on that one. Didn't hit it for full force to the fielder, and that gave them enough time to come through for the single.
Go Gandhi! Nothing, Gandhi!
Some tidy bowling here by Gandhi Jafta, the captain. Really pushing it through with the bowling, and you can see it's intentionally bowling quick through the air, not allowing the batsman to even go down the wicket or even be able to get underneath it.
Nothing! Good Gandhi! That's good bowling, Gandhi! No!
Look, she did have a brilliant season with the ball last season. Gandhi Jafta in the Pro50 played 7 games and picked up 10 wickets. The average of 20. The economy of 4.7. So she's definitely got real ability with the ball.
Lovely to see the sun poking through here. We're prepared for the worst, but we've been blessed with some good weather here today. Again, lovely feet movement by Mignon de Pree. Almost a carbon copy of the single she took in the previous over.
You're starting to see that gap between the balls and runs coming a bit tighter and closer now. It's just a sign of how the Titans have bowled their spin. They've really dried up the runs. At the moment it's 151 off 166 balls, and that gap was a lot bigger, I tell you. A lot of overs before that. But this is what the Dragons need to do. Just keep on rotating the strike, getting those singles, twos, not maybe searching for that boundary, and then eventually you'll start seeing yourself maybe at around 100 to win, and to just get easier and easier as the time goes by if you give yourself time on this pitch. de Pree again dances down the wicket, and again Luyanda Nzuza trying to push it wide, but de Pree again up to the task. Interesting contest here we've seen between Luyanda Nzuza and Mignon de Pree. Misfield, but disappointing there. She would have wanted to stop that one, or she would have backed herself to stop the one more often than not. Again, de Pree looking to dance down the wicket, and that brings us to the end of the 23rd over. The score on 77 for 2.
Mignon de Pree captain the Proteas in 46 ODIs across her career. Made 2 50s and a century in that time.
Go Gandhi! Nothing!
It's well played through the outside. Running the first one hard, and Mignon de Pree is pushing for the second, and she'll come back comfortably in the end.
Well done, Lou!
Impressive fitness levels from Mignon de Pree. It's not too long ago that she gave birth to twin babies, and it's good to see her back on the field playing cricket, doing what she loves. Again, putting pressure on the fielders are the Dragons batters. Now Gandhi Jafta pushing long off back to the boundary. with square leg coming up into the ring. That means she can't earth 2 straight with no fielder back on the leg side, apart from the mid wicket and long on. And now she finds a gap again. Again, they should be able to push for a second, and they do come back for a second. Again, excellent running between these two.
Yeah, brilliant running indeed from this pair. Mignon Dupree finding the gaps at will in this particular over. After forced to make fielding changes due to the busyness of Mignon Dupree. Oh, clips that one, pulls that one slightly leg side-ish and goes past the fine leg, 45. And it's a boundary from Mignon Dupree. You can just almost feel like something is changing in the innings now. She's picking up a bit of tempo.
Yeah, that was a poor delivery from Gandhi Jafta. Just a drag down the leg side. Easy to just help along. Again to short. Oh, she gets away with it. 2 meters to the left or to the right, and that would have been another boundary. Gets a hand on it, but not enough to stop the single, and you can just feel things shifting again here in the favor of the Dragons. Mignon Dupree looking very comfortable at the crease. Phoebe Mokenboer has seemed comfortable throughout her stay of 80 deliveries for her 45. It's 87 for 2 at the end of 24.
Yeah, there's been the pattern of this game where it's really changed hands at regular occasions. You'd think sometimes, okay, well, Titans are on top right now, and then they lose wickets when they're batted, when they're in the batting. And then as soon as you think that's the case, then they'll start really churning out the runs. And then, yeah, it's just been really a good change of hands here in this game. And now you're seeing it in the innings, batting innings of the Dragons. Now wresting back some momentum for themselves. Liana Nzuza to continue from the university end. Wide is full toss and gladly punished there by Phoebe Mokenboer, and that takes her up to 49.
It's just been one too many loose deliveries from the Fidelity Titans here today. It's tough to apply any real pressure if there's a loose delivery every over or every second over. This one's so easy. Nice juicy full toss. Also a lot of room for her to free her arms. And punch down the ground. That will be 50 for Phoebe Mokenboer. Clearly a dressing room favourite. Big cheers for her as she brings up her first one of the season. Looked so composed. It's almost looked too easy for her as she gets embrace from Mignon Dupree, who understands how important this partnership is as they look to chase down their first target of the season. She has a deep backward square leg, mid-wicket, long on and long off, back on the boundary. Almost playing around that one is Mignon Dupree. Looks like she wants to give herself a little bit of room, potentially go through or over the offside. She knows how to spot the gaps, does Mignon Dupree. As we said, she's a very busy player at the crease. Better comeback here from Luyanda Nzuza. Down the wicket again. Clipped into the leg side. Just gets a hand on it, does Simone Lawrence. But again, not enough to stop the single. It's the end of 25 overs, halfway through the innings. And they are 24 for 2. And while they look fairly comfortable, only lost 2 wickets, that required run rate has crept up to over 5 runs to the over. So, something for the Titans to hold on to. But they'll dearly love a wicket.
Yeah, I don't think that required run rate at the moment is an issue. Finding the runs at will. And it's been the nature of this match with the batsman that has performed. You looked at Gandhi Jafta. She had about close to 30 singles in her 70 odd runs she scored, and you look at Mokumbur here as well. She has a very similar approach to her innings. She has scored 15 runs of singles, and just a sign that if you are able to rotate the strike here on this pitch, you are able to then find runs at will, because you are able to release the pressure at different points and be able to score at will after you've released that pressure. But we do have a bowling change. Tiani van der Heever.
Can be a tricky surname, Van den Heevel. I see on the graphics it says Van der Heevel, but it's Van den Heevel, D-E-N. And she was very impressive with the bat. It looks like she has a little bit of pace with the ball as well. Seems like a bit of a slingy action. Maybe head falling over a little bit too much. Or maybe it's just the first delivery. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I've had a tough time with the name today. Really trying to get that name right. Van den Heevel. Is that correct there, Werner? That's not Dutch, right? I'm just playing. But yes, slingy action it is. Oh, nice pull stroke there by Min Young Dupree. Sumptuous stroke. Really just climbed onto that. As soon as she saw it was a back of a length delivery, she didn't even think twice. She just swung at it and went for the boundary. More runs, and the partnership moves up to 41.
Yeah, the Titans starting to leak runs here. Can't be bowling a short delivery with the field setting that she has. And they will have a bit of a change now with a mid-wicket coming into place. But even then, that's not the length she's looking for. Just losing her run up this time. It seems like she might be striving for a little bit of pace here. Tiani van den Heevel. Down the leg side, Bogomocheke giving the old let's appeal and hope the umpire doesn't give it a wide, only for the umpire to then give it a wide.
Shout and hope. That score slowly creeping up to that 100 mark. Just one run away. The required rate coming down slightly after that boundary. 5.2 now. Required per over. 126 runs left. 146 balls. See Dupree there playing with the bowler's mind. Stepping right across, showing all his stumps. Saying go for them. And give me the leg side.
Well, technically showing none of her stumps. Coming across the stump, showing her pads right in front of the stumps. Almost tempting the bowler to aim at it.
I think she moved completely across.
So far that you could see the leg stump.
And now with that, she's forced the bowler to bowl exactly where she wants it to bowl. Experience.
That's very well played. Did we miss the 50 coming up?
No, it wasn't a 50.
For Molkenboer? We did celebrate the 50.
It was 100 runs up for the team total.
Of course.
Well, we've got another target coming up, or a milestone rather, with the partnership currently on 44. So we've got something to look forward to too.
Yeah, a lovely partnership forming here between these two. Don't look like getting out at the moment, so the Titans might have to think outside the box a bit here. Gandhi Jafta being tested in her first match as captain for the season. And she's decided, let's bring back Liz Marie Marks. She's looked the most likely to pick up a wicket.
Yes, Marks probably is the best option right now with this partnership growing. You're looking for your wicket taker, and Marks is the player to call up. And Jafta will be looking to a seamer. Marks, similarly to how she looked to her when they had a 50-run stand in the innings, first innings. Looking to her to pick up a wicket now. But she's bowling to a confident Mignon Dupree and a set Phoebe Molkenboer. Notice that Marks' pace has dropped since from her first spell in the first 2 overs, yeah? Maybe she's still trying to stretch her legs and maybe still warming up, but she really bowled a lot of pace in the first initial spell. Yeah, Mignon Dupree is starting to find the middle of the bat now. Maybe not finding the gaps yet, but finding the middle of the bat. It's not a good sign for the Titans. Don't want it to be set.
Yeah, it can be quite dangerous the longer she goes on with her innings. We've already seen what Phoebe Molkenboer is capable of. It's a lovely square drive, but there is a fielder out there at the cover region. Always nice to see some kids playing on the grass embankments. She's been very accurate today, as Liz Marie Marks, not giving anything away. But right now, what they need is a wicket. So the question is, how are they looking to go about it? Because there's no real attacking field placements. And I'm not sure whether some dot deliveries will be enough, necessarily.
Actually, probably have to maybe object there, Werner. I personally think it's still a lot of runs to get, a lot of balls still. And I think what they can do to apply the pressure, the difference right now is just a tad over, it's about 15 balls, the difference, and it's coming down slowly. And one thing I tell you with cricket is that as soon as that ball's ratio to balls and the difference goes down, the pressure starts climbing a little bit. So what I think now, because the wickets have dried up, the best option now is to just draw up those runs, make run scoring a bit more difficult here for the Dragons, make them think that maybe it's a bit now more difficult, and maybe force them to play that full stroke, and then a wicket may come.
Fair enough. There's different ways of taking wickets, playing pressure.
Scoreboard pressure, that is. Just drawing up those runs, maybe build up 3-4 overs of maybe 2-3 runs.
Well done.
Still game on here, Werner. I promise you. I'll tell you.
No, I do agree. The game is nicely in the balance at the moment. And one wicket here can make all the difference.
And one thing about the Dragons, they're very heavily reliant on their top 4 batters, and if they can break through that top 4, which includes these two, brings the Titans right back into the game, and they'll know the importance of these two in terms of the result of this game. Because if these two take it as deep as possible and just leaves maybe just about 50 runs for the all-rounders, middle order, then makes it a tad bit easier. But you want to pick up these two right now, when the target is still over that 100 mark, when it's still looking large, it's still looking difficult to get, where it still needs grafters. But if you still have an experienced player like Phoebe Milkenboer, and I don't have to explain the experience of Mignon Dupree, having captained the country 47 times, that speaks for itself. So you know a lot of experience is coming from her, and the ability to chase down targets. So they'll like to see the back of these two quite quickly in order to produce a result here.
Mona Lisa Lechore back for a second spell. Important that she maintains some tight lines here. She doesn't want to be bowling any more of those wide deliveries down the leg side. And she gets the dangerous Mignon de Prio. This time goes exactly as you said earlier, so far across the stumps, trying to whip it into the leg side, but exposing the leg stump, and right on the mark is Mona Lisa Lechore, gets the top of leg stump, and they do break the partnership, and that might just well make the difference here.
I know it's Mignon de Prio's natural game, but I don't certainly agree if that was the right shot selection so early on, and there's no pressure, there was no need for that. I know it's a natural game and she looks to play it to be aggressive and move around, but I just feel she may have given a wicket away there. But kudos to Mona Lisa Lechore for being able to bowl the right areas and be able to pick up that wicket. And that brings to the wicket Karabo Mfane.
She was so impressive in the field, was Lempane. 2 direct hits from that square leg region and struck down the stumps at the bowler's end. And those 2 runouts really made a difference for the Dragons. And now, important that she again forms this partnership with Phoebe Milkenboer, who's still out there fighting for the team. 121 runs more required of 133 deliveries.
Karabo Limbane will want to use that momentum that she had of the confidence of her fielding and translate it into a batting performance. The team still dearly needs her to help his team to chase down this target of 121 that's left of it. And that brings us to the end of the 28th over with the score 100 for 3. You can have a look again at this wicket from Monalisa Likhodi. Minion Dupuis shuffles down across the stumps, but maybe too far across, and tries to help that one along leg side-ish, but mistimes and hits the leg stump. Unfortunately, she's gone.
And so, as you said, that over from Liz Marie Marks, he might have picked up the wicket, but it was very tight. And then the very next over, her bowling partner ends up picking the wicket, and might just be those few dots making them think maybe we should do something different. Mignon de Pree walking across, trying to flick it into the leg side, and ending up being dismissed. That's the beauty of cricket, so many ways to go about it. And you can see her getting in dot ball after dot ball, going at less than 3 runs and over now for her.
And that's going to be even more important now, because the wicket has fallen, and Phoebe Milkenburg will think now maybe I need to be the one being the aggressor. So it will be very important to draw up those runs and not give any boundary balls away, or even those type of misfields. I have to tidy that up. It's been the Achilles at the moment in this innings, where they've allowed those loose singles to release pressure for the Dragons.
That is middle, that.
And you can see a fielding change. That extra cover, or that deep cover that was there now, is put into a cover region to stop that single. Like the thinking from Jafta, where you want to dry up the runs as much as possible, so you bring in that field. Got a slip in place now, and taking that mid wicket into the cover region, and taking a square leg into the mid wicket region. So a couple of changes, and then kind of pushing that third man a bit wider. A lot of changes, a lot of thinking from Jafta. Lovely delivery, just lightly nips back in.
And that one was very close from Liz Marie Marks. Just about goes past the off stump, and that's what you want to do. You want to be bowling to the new batter as much as possible, deprive the in batter of the strike. Always is that little period of time after you've come to crease that's a little bit tricky to get yourself in and to get going, and that is the opportunity for the bowling team.
I'd love to see Marks maybe try a fuller length delivery. I just had a feeling that Karabo's feet are not moving. As I say that, she plays a really lovely stroke on the front foot that goes down to third man. Angles a bat, just allows her to hit a bat, and beautiful stroke that is. Look very much in control of it. That run rate slightly creeping up now to 5.6 per over. They continue bowling the way they're bowling, the that run rate will continue to climb and continue to apply that scoreboard pressure. Bringing in that extra cover, or that deep cover, and that square leg, bringing them in now. Trying to put the squeeze onto the Dragons now. Which is, I like that thinking, I really do. It's going to force the Dragons to force the play now, and force boundaries and force strokes, as it brings us to the end of the 29th over with the score 106 for 3.
Keeping things very nice and tight are the Dragons. I'm saying the Dragons, I mean the Titans, of course. FidelityTitans doing a good job here with the ball, not letting the Dragons get away. Morgenboer also has just lost a bit of that tempo she had early on. 51 of 89 now. Next to come, Captain Tubby Singh Nini. Still to come, Alyssa Erksleben, Ruday, Denishan, Liz Rita Villiers, who took a nice catch. The slip, very first ball of the spin today. Wide there from Mona Lisa Lejore. She has to make up for these wide she's been bowling today. Maybe a touch too many. Goes down to third. He's feeling for it, maybe a touch outside the off stump. Then Pane.
It's going to be important for these two to rotate the strike in regular occasions, particularly now that the gap between balls and runs is getting tighter and tighter. They need to look to be scoring twos and ones on regular occasions. Because searching for boundaries here has proven that you may give yourself a chance of losing your wicket. So share the load by just rotating the strike, dropping it in these vacant areas. You can see there's a huge gap here on the leg side, or space rather, where you can drop the ball and run. So stepping across and maybe just putting your bat there just in front of mid wicket is an easy single there. But at the moment, Titans bowling tidily. Nice running, nice way to find the gap there by Karabo Limpane.
Sounds like another one of those dressing room favorites, does Limpane. Right behind her every time she gets the ball away for a single.
Maybe just the dressing room backs every single player that goes out there, which is good to see. Mona Lisa Lejore pulling out of that one. Yeah, you can see the clear difference here between these two sides. As much as there was a bit of a risk element to their running in between the wickets for the Titans, but here the intensity for the Dragons is a little bit different in terms of the running options in between the wicket. You'd really like to see them pick up their tempo or of their running in between the wickets. Again, that timed really well straight to the fielder. But the wicket of Phoebe Morgenboer will be so important to the result of this game.
I agree, she's been controlling the innings much like Gandhi Jafta did for the Titans. And so if they can dismiss her and have two new batters at the crease, that would really further the case for the Titans. But they've kept it tight, despite not getting her wicket yet. Needing 115 of 120 is creeping up towards that 6 runs per over mark required for the Dragons. See that Polina Mashishi will be changing ends and now coming from the university end. She was very accurate in her initial spell, firing it in quite quick. not giving much room to the batters. He'll try and keep Karabo Lempane on strike here. Actually does with the start of that over.
Aggressive stroke play by Karabo Limpani. Hits it up in the air to that cow corner region, but doesn't get to the fielder. Looking to be positive against the bowling of Paulina Mshishi. Dances down the ground and Mulkenboer finds him out of the bat. Nice classy stroke there by Karabo Limpane. And equally as good fielding by Gandhi Jafta.
And nice applause from both dressing rooms, it seems. Nice cricket all around. Just giving her bat back to her. Seems like there was maybe a short run in that last one, so only one of the two runs will count.
Now the gap between the runs and the balls has come down to 3, Werner, as I mentioned, that as soon as that gap starts getting closer and closer, you'll see the pressure start creeping up. As we look on the screen, the fall of the wickets. The first wicket fell on 32, run partnership opening stand. And then the second fell on the 57. Then there was a 50-run partnership that took place between the second and third wicket. But since then, there hasn't been. This is slight partnership that's bowling now. That's worth 9 runs. Very important. Between Phoebe Mulkenboer and Karabo Limpane. Dragons still needing 111 runs of 112 balls. Almost equal now. The gap at some point was almost 30. Now it's gone down to 1 run. Just shows how the Titans have really squeezed the Dragons. Obviously that's with the help of them picking up wickets. It's going to be just important for the Dragons not to be deterred too much by what they see on the scoreboard, but rather focus on what the task at hand and taking it over by over. Misfield there and allows for a single. And there was a difference with the Titans. As soon as those misfields happened with or anything close to a misfield when the Dragons were fielding, Titans really pushed hard for the second run. And here you see the intensity is a little bit different here from the Dragons. They don't really push hard for that second one, which may be a bit of a frustrating thing for the coaching staff. They would love to see them maybe run a little bit harder than they are right now. A huge wicket there by Mona Lisa Likhodi. Big wicket in the context of this game. Phoebe Mukumbu gone. And this could be the game.
It is massive from Likhodi, and she's come back with a decisive spell. After initially not looking at her best, she's come back with two crucial wickets of both the set batters Mignon de Pree and now Phoebe Mukumbu, who goes for a well-played 54. But you can feel the change again here. It's been going up and down this match, then it sways the one way, then the next. Now it's two new batters at the crease again, and the Titans are now right on top against the Dragons. And it is Captain Thabiseng Nini who's coming in at number 6, I should say. And a lot of responsibility on her shoulders.
Two huge wickets here by Mona Lisa Likhodi. Huge wickets of Mignon de Pree and Phoebe Mukumbu. Seeing the back of those two was going to be very important in terms of getting a result out of this game for the Titans, and they've done that. Now it's time to wrap it up. But not just yet. They've got the captain, Thabiseng Nini. How the Dragons would love to see a captain's performance from her. Way Jafta played for her team. She'd love to replicate that. I did mention how important those top forward was for this Dragon side, and they've all been dismissed. None of them are left. First up and struck on the pad, the captain, but not. Umpire down low, unmoved. And that brings us to the end of the 32nd over. As you see that wicket there of Phoebe Mukumbu. Brilliant bowling there by Mona Lisa Likhodi. Picking up two huge wickets. Game-changing wickets, that is.
Middle stump. Let's see it.
It's been an impressive comeback from the Titans. It looked like Mignon de Pree and Phoebe Mukumbu were running away with it for a moment there, but now they've struck back with both wickets. They've tied up one end, taken wickets at the other, and now all the pressure is back on the Dragons. As we said, Paulina Mashishi has not been giving anything away. She's been very tight and accurate. She hasn't been turning it much, but she's not giving room to the batters. She's not giving them length to work with. She's only going at 2 runs to an over. And the Dragons now require over 6 runs to the over, more than a runnable. And now every run definitely will be clapped, as it becomes vital for the Dragons that they don't fall too far behind this required run rate. They've been so good for a large portion of this day.
Yeah, you can see now Titans have complete control of this game. Runs and boundaries are difficult to come by at the moment, and you just start to wonder. A huge shot there by the Titans, but just sliding down leg. Mshishi hoping to get a wicket there.
No signal from umpire Sean Oxhaven, signaling that he he felt that she got a little bit of bat on that one. It's been some very good throws today. 2 runouts from Karabo Lempane, and seen the Titans hit the stumps quite a few times as well. It's good to see. It's not every day you see the stumps being thrown down so much. Even broken by wicketkeeper Veronice already earlier today with her hand or with her arm, and they had to replace the one stump.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
Again, Gandhi Jafta just wanting to make sure that she gets everything nice and ready. Looks like there will be a bowling change, that Luyanda and Souza will be coming from the far end, let's say the Moirafir end of the ground. And she has a deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, and also a cover on the boundary.
And they're bringing that cover you just spoke about back up into the inner ring, squeezing the Dragons even more.
And she gets a go straight through Captain Tubby Singh Nini. I was interested to see her coming in at number 6. It felt a touch high for her, and she's too slow getting the bat down. And Souza straight through her. And the Titans all over the Dragons all of a sudden. They're 5 down.
Yeah, that top 4 was really important. As we see that dismissal of this captain. Tried to rock back on the back foot, but misses it completely, and the ball crashes onto the stump. And the Titans look complete control now.
And Souza looked very pumped about that one. And that's why she was brought back into the attack to get another one. And it is Alyssa Erksleben coming into the crease to join up with Karabo Lempane. Bowled quite a few overs today, did Alyssa. She bowled her full spell of 10 overs. Didn't take a wicket, but conceded 44 runs. And now it's her opportunity to come out and show what she's capable of with the bat.
Not just show what she's capable of, but she would love to have some sort of contribution here to give her team a chance of getting a result here in this game. And first up, and clips it, guards it down leg, and that one's quickly going down leg, and brilliant fielding. And they're pushing to run for a third, and lovely running there by actually brilliant all-round cricket here.
Yeah, some lovely cricket and very loud cheers, and she soaks up the applause there. That was very good, running all the way down to the boundary. Impressive work there from Palina Mashishi.
It's not over just yet.
Goes for that sweep shot again. It's well controlled. I haven't seen a lot of sweeps today, so it's nice to see Lempane bringing it out.
Yeah, I think I really like the option of a sweep shot as a shot selection against spin.
Turned out to be a very nice day out here in Potchefstroom. We're very happy that the rain decided to stay away. We can get a proper game in here.
Yeah, only now, late in the afternoon, the clouds are starting to clear up. A huge shout, and umpire Adalo unmoved.
She was convinced it was Nzuza. Umpire saying that might have headed down the leg side. And we're on one of my favorite scores. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got to remember to do a little jive when it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Polina Mashishi to continue after that stellar bit of fielding. She'll feel very confident running in, and as I said, she's been so economical. She'd love to top it off with a wicket or two. Oh, and this time a bit loose. Full toss outside the off stump and just guided through the offside by Limpane. Not looking to overhit it, just all timing and placement.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We've still got a game in our hands here. We might think the fall of the wickets might deter the Dragons side, but still got in the crease Karabo Limpane looking to rescue this.
She has some very good support here at the ground, and she already impressed us with her fielding early on today, and now coming out showing what she's capable of with the bat. Getting over pitch, not able to put this one away is Mashishi. Been prowling in that area all day, all innings, says Simone Lawrence. Oh, big appeal, looks fairly straight, and up goes the finger from Sean Axhaven. And just as I said, she'd love to add a wicket to that tidy spell she's been putting in. She does it, and just as Karabo Limpane looked like she was getting going, that is the end of her innings as well. And wickets starting to fall in a little bit of a clump here for the Dragons.
And with the fall of that wicket, we have some drinks break now. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Before we leave though, let's have a look at that wicket. Straight plumb, plays across the line, and maybe a poor soft selection. But unfortunately for Karabo, she has to walk off. And the score is 127 for 5 after 37.3 overs. Let's have a drinks break. See you soon.
Lights. The stage is set. Camera. The shortest format, the biggest role. Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Ishala Ikakamba. And remember, entries free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One-Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Ozanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volsbach.
Oh, that's out of here. Oh, just like that. What's this? It's a jam.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Welcome back. After the drinks break, the Dragons in a spot of bother now. 127 for 6 out of 35. It's been a bit of a procession, unfortunately, for them. They were 104 for 2. And now, suddenly 127 for 6. And Zuza continues on after the drinks break. Coming to the crease now is Ruday Denishan. Also bowled quite a few overs today. Alyssa Ergsleben will have to take a bit of responsibility now to try and guide his side towards victory. A much tougher task now with only the 4 wickets remaining. 97 still required from 88.
You need a heroic performance here from either of these two. It's a tough ask, I must say. Neither of them are set, or both of them very new in the crease. So you'll need a really aggressive, maybe runnable 40 here to give themselves a chance of getting a result here in this game. Nicely guided. For just a single.
And yeah, very well played, nice and late. Zuza has been very accurate since he's come back into the attack as well. She's picked up the 2 wickets. Bit of a drag down, pulled away, but straight to the fielder at deep square leg. That will end over number 36. It's 130 for 6. A tough task ahead for the Dragons, but nothing's impossible. Have to take it over by over here. Maybe have a set plan against the spin. Polina Mashishi will continue on from the university side, and why not? Been very tidy and finally gotten that wicket just before the drinks break.
I just have to point out something that I've noticed, that Titans are a very spin heavy side, very reliant on their spinners. And drag down and over that fine leg, and it's a boundary. Still game on.
It's a bad drag down, this one from Polina Mashishi. She's been so good all day, and she'll be filthy with herself with that one.
Now it just goes down to 91. 1 runs required, just for 83 balls. Still a chance here for the Dragons, as much as they lost wickets.
You know, at the same stage, the Titans were 143 for 6. So only the 9 runs more for the same amount of wickets. They're definitely still in it, are the Dragons.
The only difference was that they had Gandhi Jafta set. So you have to say it's a little bit different to what Titans had. And Gandhi Jafta took them right till the end. So they'll need a really heroic performance here. Something different.
Again, a bit of a drag down, but this time gets away with it. Does Mashishi. Nice, juicy full toss, but still not put away.
Yeah, juicy full toss. There's a drag down, a full toss, and both not punished. Frustration for Dragons. They'll want to get those away to boundaries. And if you don't get those away, that run rate requires slowly creeps up and into a gap. One bounce. They have to push for two there. Bit of confusion in the middle there from the two batters.
Yeah, very slow decisions to come back for the two. There was always two on the offer there. One on the throw from the boundary as well. So really need to be aware here, these two.
I think that the two was on irrespective of that misfield. They could have pushed for three on top of that misfield there. Again, not running. You start to wonder about the intensity of their running.
Should be really pushing the fielders at this stage. They already require more than a runner ball. You can't allow dot balls when there are easy singles available. 138 for 6 after 37 overs. Requires 6.7 runs to the over now.
If I was a coach right now, I'd be sending out a message just about that running. Simply about that, because you need every single run out there that you can get. And maybe some others you might need to force at this point in time. Difference currently is 10 or 11.
Looks like we will have a bowling change once more. Not sure, it might be Risha Kutzer again. Does look like it. And she gave a few loose deliveries as well in her initial spell in the second over, so she'll have to make sure that she keeps it nice and tight. Though the Dragons wouldn't mind another one or two easy deliveries to put away.
There's an easy shot here at fine leg. Just scoop it. There's runs to offer. Exactly there. And they have to push for more than two here. They have to push for the third. I have to say the running, there's really lacks intensity for the Dragons. The three was on there. There's no field at all in that region.
Yeah, gaping hole behind the wicket on the leg side. It's just a fielder at a deep square leg, but very square. So anything fine on the leg side. Easy runs for the Dragons. Floated up full and through the legs of Kutzer. And again, they're just jogging the first run.
Yeah, it's a bit frustrating, to be honest. Watching on, I can imagine as a coach, you want the intensity to be up, in particular the situation of this game. You want to be able to take those chances. You want to be able to apply pressure on those fine margins, because this game is all about fine margins. And if you don't take your chances and leave certain opportunities out in the field, you might look back onto this game and think, oh, could have missed an opportunity. You really feel like could have missed an opportunity to win it. Look at that. They have to push harder than that.
Still full support
Come, ladies, hey.
at the ground for
Come,
them.
ladies, hey. Let's clean up here, ladies. Come on.
Can't completely rely on the boundaries here, the Dragons. They have to up that intensity with the running. There's one's on offer.
Again, it's been a good over here from Risha Kutzer. She's been accurate, and that's all the captain would ask from her at this stage.
Boris.
Works into the leg side for another single, but every over with just a few singles means that required rate keeps moving on up. Only 4 from the over. It's 143 for 6 now after 38. They still require a further 83 runs from 73 deliveries.
Yeah, that required a run rate. A few overs ago was about 5.6. Now it's at 6.8. Tough task at hand at the moment. Is it possible, Werner? What they need to do to get that run rate down, or to be able to get that required run rate.
But it will probably require a few boundaries and less dot balls now at the moment for the Dragons. And as we are talking about, some better running as well. Seems like Gandhi Jafta is bringing herself back into the attack now. She wants to take this responsibility on herself. She already showed the way with the bat. Time to do the same again with the ball here.
And I feel like there's an opportunity here with Gandhi coming on. Jafta, she bowls quite quickly and lovely stroke straight down the ground, but straight to the fielder. I mentioned that she may be the bowler that can be targeted here. She's bowling a lot quicker.
Yeah, you think with the field, fine on the offside. If they just give it a little guide on the offside. Another single there. Oh, through less. They've got to be running harder here. They've got to be pushing the fielders. They could potentially have gotten a third run there if they're really pushing. And we're sorry to be harping on about this point, but in the situation where you require over a run of ball and you're chasing this target, surely you have to show a bit more intensity with the running.
No, they definitely have to. Definitely, without a doubt, Werner. You're not harping on the point. It's a consistent error that's constantly happening. They really need to change something here with their running. It's so important to do that. It's such an important part of the game, part of batting partnerships, to be able to rotate the strike, to be able to run with intensity. And with the score currently in this way, you have to do that. Boundaries are really dry at the moment. So take every single opportunity and offer.
Change in the field. This call coming from Elismarie Marks from long off, bringing the sweeper up into the ring, and square leg went out to the boundary.
Still game on, yeah. And how important that wicket of, or that rather the breaking of that partnership of Mignon Dupree and Phoebe Mogenboer. It was very important because look at it now. Game tight, you need those type of batters that are able to play in these situations.
That field change already making a difference. That would have been an easy single had she stayed out on the sweeper boundary, cover boundary. Down the ground, powerfully struck. But the Elismarie Marks will be able to come around and target a little bit better running there this time. I hope it's an active discussion between the two of them. It's 148 for 6 after 39, 11 overs remaining. Still requires 77, that's exactly 7 runs to the over. It's not out of reach, but these two will have to take responsibility now and try and look for some boundaries every now and then and run those runs a lot harder.
I'll tell you what, Werner. The Dragons, all they need to do right now, carry on the way they've just been carrying on. Get these runs, just stay around about that gap of 10. Take it as far, as deep as possible. Give yourself the best chance of winning this game, and don't try to win it right now. It's too soon now to try to win it. Try to take it as deep as possible. Last 2 or 3 overs. That's where now you have more chances of creating errors, or the bowlers creating errors for themselves, or putting themselves under pressure unnecessarily. So right now, just take it as far as possible. Give yourself maybe the last 3 overs to chase this target down. Right now is not the time to look to win it.
Only the 1 over for Rishia Kutzer, and it is Mona Lisa Legorde back into the attack again. She's taken those 2 wickets in her last spell, the 2 vital wickets of both Mignon Dupree and Phoebe Mogenboer. And now her captain is asking for more of the same as she runs in to Riday Denishan. But wide start from her adds up to her list of wides for the day.
And that run rate creeps up to 7.
That's the 6th wide of the day for Mona Lisa Legorde. But even if she picks up a wicket here, the captain won't mind a wide or 2. That's beautifully played. Doesn't get the gap. Should be... Gotta be pushing the fielders under pressure here. fumbles here needs to be punished.
In terms of stroke play, in terms of really finding the gaps and runs and forcing mistakes out of Titans, Dragons are doing exactly that, but their running is non-existent, to be honest.
Big appeal, but again heading down the leg side. Again hitting the wicket. Yeah, just the bowler not appealing there. She knows it's heading down the leg side, but good enthusiasm from the fielders. These two look well accomplished, I have to say, the two batters at the crease. Both Rede Denishen and Alyssa Erksleben. They've really challenged us with some of these surnames today, I have to say.
I tell ya, you've had a really tough day with these surnames today.
Just short of Simone Lawrence at point. Can they come back for a second? It will just be the one.
Particularly these two ladies batting at the moment. They've got some serious surnames to deal with.
150 up now for Northwest Dragons. Woman. Still 3 deliveries to go in this over. What can they get from this? Just 2 so far. I have to make it count here. It looks right in front. And it is right in front, says Adele Lowe. Stuck on the crease this time by Alyssa Erksleben. And the one who looked the better of the two even now. She goes for 16. And again it's Mona Lisa Lejore coming back with another wicket. That's 3 vital wickets that's swaying this match back in the favor of the Fidelity Titans.
Oh, how brilliant Mona Lisa Lejore. She's been amazing today. Finding that ball that jags back in. Absolutely plumb. Brilliant bowling. Picked up 2 huge wickets initially. Wickets of Minyang Dupree and Phoebe. And now another wicket again.
Yeah, there was absolutely no doubt about it. Trapped on the back foot, right back on the stumps. And no hesitation from umpire Adele Lowe. Titans have fought their way back into this match multiple times today when they've seemed under pressure. It's been a really fascinating match today here at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. This Hollywoodbets Pro50 series is truly underway. Leslie de Villiers, the new batter to the crease. We saw her take a nice steady catch early on in the slips. Mona Lisa Lejore doing exactly what her captain wants from her.
Good manners.
Sun shining now, baking down on the field here at the JB Marks Oval. Almost shining on the Titans at the moment. Whipped into the leg side. It should have been a very easy single, but Rede Denishen decides no. Not sure why she declined the run, whether she wants to strike or if she just wasn't convinced there's a single, but almost leaning back on the bat rather than following in with the bowler, as you are taught. And it's 150 for 7 after 40. 10 overs remaining. 75 runs required at 7.5 to the over.
Yeah, that gap now is going to 15 runs and balls. 60 balls left. 10 overs to go and 75 runs to win. Need something really special here from the Dragons. And special means good running, boundaries, and maybe some extraordinary shots. We've got Jafta to continue.
Lovely sweep shot. All the way to the fine leg boundary. And maybe that's the reason today Denishan decided, no, let me keep the strike. I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you I'll take on the spin. And a great way to start the over.
And I said in the previous over, Jafta is the bowler to target here. She's bowling a lot quicker and maybe it's a bit easier to pick. Or rather not pick, maybe to be able to find the gas because it's coming onto the bat. So there's just maybe a slight opportunity here for the Dragons to pick up some runs in this over.
Again, a field change with the cover coming in from the boundary and deep square leg going back onto the boundary. Hit hard down the ground. Should be running the first one hard. But good coverage there from Mona Lisa Lachode to keep that down to 1. A bit of a wild throw in there. Almost got in the way of Jafta, but ends up stopping it. And no hard feelings.
All smiles.
Right arm over, 4 balls.
Let's see what De Villiers can do. Can she bring a bit of brilliance that she had in the field today? Lovely stroke from De Villiers. Picks the gap through the covers and a boundary it is for De Villiers. Game on, ladies and gentlemen.
Things are heating up here at the JB Marks Oval. Definitely not out of this. Crowd can feel it. We can feel it. Even the Titans might be feeling it a little bit. 70 from 58. Not an easy task, but with shots like those, they'll believe.
Oh, there go De Villiers. This time around doesn't pick that one as good as she picked the one that was dragged down. Let's look at the shot again. Punches it off the back foot, just swings her arms at it. De Villiers straight down the ground, goes up in the air and gone. Wicket for Jafta. And De Villiers is gone as he tries to pick up the run rate, but unfortunately finds the field.
Robin Soul comfortably underneath that one, trying to go over the top, doing the right thing. Is De Villiers trying to put the pressure back on the bowlers. Though I suspect from here on out, Rade Denishan will try and keep as much strike as she possibly can. It's 159 for 8. At one stage they were 103 for 2. 6 wickets have fallen for 56 runs.
Look, I really don't mind what De Villiers was trying there. It was now or never. She had to go for it to close that gap and to give Denishan a chance to maybe also salvage this game for her team. So if you're not going to hit the ball, rather give the other player in the dugout a chance to bat. So she did that and she gave it her best shot and unfortunately hit that one up in the air.
Janae Winster coming to the crease now. She was very good with the ball today. She looked quite impressive. Also the first lefty to come to the crease today. There's only been right-handers all throughout the match. Finally we have a lefty to see what she can do. Again, a big gap at fine leg for her to potentially exploit should Gandhi Jafta err in her line.
I don't know her abilities, but if she could just go on one knee and just put her bat there, those are easy pickings all day long. Just steps across. Jafta shoves that one in the Yorker length. And that will be the end of the 41st over. And the score is 159, for 8. No matter what result we get here, Verna, it's been a really lovely day. A lot of entertainment, a lot of wickets, great fielding, maybe a clumsy fielding at times as well. We've had a bit of everything. Good cricket all around. And no matter which team ends up on top here, they'll be proud of their performance, part of the efforts that they put out here in the field. But we've still got a game in hand with the required runs, 66 or 54 balls. And Dragons are hoping for some miracle.
Rade Denishan is not done just yet. Mona Lisa Lechore looking for her fourth. Powerfully driven, but again, it's good fielding in the covers. Robin Sill has been patrolling that extra cover region. Probably one of her easier catches to take in the last over.
Denishan will be the important batter here to take the team over the line. But the question will beg to ask the question, can she do it?
Yeah, it's a big task. It's still very far out, unfortunately, at this moment. 66 more runs is plenty to get, and not running out of partners is Denishan.
Yeah, she'll need some assistance from Winston. Some heroic performance will be required, and I still think maybe Mona Lisa Lechore is not the bowler to go for, but rather the spinners.
This time that she does get it through for a single. Single is not going to harm the Titans. In fact, they would welcome getting the new batter on strike. You can hear that accent coming through on the stump mic from Janae Winster, that KP accent. Asking for leg stump. She comes from the southwestern districts. Janae Windsor, and now she has her opportunity here for the Dragons. As I said, she did very well with the ball earlier on. She bowled 10 overs, took 2 wickets, and only conceded the 29 runs, and she was part of the reason why the Titans were under so much pressure early on in the match. Now she needs to stick around with Renee Denishan.
Scoring options are certainly in the cover region.
Massive wide down the leg side. But as I said earlier, the captain isn't really minding it that much if right after that she picks up a wicket every time.
Yeah, it's been the thing. She's bowled quite a few wides in a spell of bowling today. And but she's backed it up with some huge wickets. So her captain really wouldn't mind that.
Back on the mark this time, and it is a single, easily down, too long on, and that's all Denishan could be asking for right now from Winster. Try and get her back on strike as much as possible. If you're sponsored by MRF, you should be a pretty decent batter. Likes of Virat Kohli, AB de Villiers, Shubman Gill, they're the ones batting with that sponsorship. And she flicks it away through the leg side. But again, it would be just a single.
I still believe the Dragons can take this over the line, Werner. Still early doors. The deficit right now is 62 of 49 balls. Just keep on, just take it as deep as possible. Take it as far as possible. This is the game of cricket. How the Dragons would love that would go either side of that fine leg. And that brings us to the end of the 42nd over with the score 162 for 8. With the current required runs of 62 of just 48 balls. Still got to finish. Interesting finish for us here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go away. Please stick around with us and enjoy the last 48 overs. Or runs, or balls rather.
I'm not sticking around for further 48 overs. As Elizabeth Marks comes back into the attack from the university end. She's been vital, as always, for the Titans here today.
Bowling change coming right on over.
She's taken the 1 wicket, but she's only conceded the 20 runs in the 7 overs, going at just under 3 runs to the over, and that pressure has resulted in wickets at the other end today as well, and that's why we say bowling in partnerships is just as important as batting in partnerships. She has a fielder out at a deep cover, a fine leg, and also a deep square leg. But she has both mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. So don't be too surprised if she brings out a few short deliveries. Starts out with a bit of a slower one, fuller, and results in a dot.
Yeah, it's interesting how the Dragons approach this now, and how they look to either attack Marks or rather see her out for the next over. But at the moment in time, you have to be scoring runs from every single bowler. Here comes Marks. Up in the air and just past mid-on, and it's going to the boundary, and it's a much needed boundary here for the Dragons.
That's the danger with keeping both mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. If you can beat those two fielders, it will in all likelihood run away to the boundary for 4. And it's well played by Dennis. It wasn't a hard volley, it was on the up, and she just managed to find the gap, and that was enough. Takes her up to 20, brings those runs required down to 62.
They drop the mid on, and they bring up the third man up. Exactly in that space. They have to push for 2, yeah, they have to push for 2. And they don't. They leave runs out again on that field.
Yeah, Windsor will have to run for her partner here.
Yeah. Dragons have been guilty of leaving out runs there today. When they look back to whatever result they get out of this game, it will be a thing of what could you have done better, and they'll definitely be thinking about running between the wickets.
Marks deciding to come around the wicket now to Janae Windsor. So she's pushed back. Fine leg to the boundary. She also has a deep square leg on the boundary and a long on. And then now a sweeper is going back as well on the offside. So you'll probably find that she'll be targeting the stumps here. She does over pitch, but unable to put that one away as Windsor. .57 required. 44 balls remaining. Another dot. That's what Marks has been doing today. Getting in those dots, applying the pressure. What can she do with the final delivery of the over? That looks close. Maybe just outside the line of the off stump. And Marks has her head in her hands. Looks like she can't believe it's not out. But Sean Oxhaven didn't look too interested in that one. If we come to the end of over number 43. It's 168 for 8. 57 more required, 42 balls remaining. It's all on Rede Denishan here. You see the match summary. The Fidelity Titans, ladies, they put on 224 for 8. Mainly thanks to Gandhi Jafta anchoring the innings with her 71 not out. And then lovely cameos between Tiana Van den Heervel with her 55 of 61 and Les Marie Marks with her 36 of 44, dragging them up to that score after being in early trouble. Looks like Lina Mashishi is coming back into the attack.
There's opportunity here for Denison to pick up some runs off the spin. Beat that fine leg. You've got an opportunity for a boundary.
Short. Not punishing her. She'll be very disappointed with that one. Final over here from Polina Mashi. She's had a very good day. Been accurate.
Nothing.
Again, not giving anything away. Every dot ball makes things a lot harder here for the Dragons. That required run rate's gone up to 8.6 to the over now. Need to find some boundaries.
Nothing.
Again, a dot ball. 3 dots in a row, and you can feel that pressure mounting now on Ruday Denishan.
What can she do? She needs to look for a boundary option now. Just go straight down the ground, but all along the carpet, straight to the fielder.
Feels like situations like this where you could do with a sweep or reverse sweep in your armory, because we've not seen any of the reverse sweeps today. We've seen 1 or 2 sweeps, one earlier from Karabo Limpane, but other than that there's not been much, not even a lap, nothing to try and throw the spinners off, use the area behind the stumps, behind square.
Yeah, there've been a lot of vacant spaces just behind the keeper.
It's a bit of a player change. I wouldn't say a field change because it's the same positions, but they're getting the right fielders in the right places, having Simone Lowrens there at mid-wicket. She's agile, she dives around, so try and stop any runs going past her.
Yeah, Gandhi Jaft is clearly a thinking captain, always changing the field.
Again, a big appeal. Look to be heading down the leg side this time from Polina Mashishi. But again, it's another dot ball. It's only 1 run off the over so far, 1 ball remaining. And ideally, you wouldn't want Janae Windsor to be keeping the strike, so now is the time to get a boundary away. Even an edge to the boundary for 4 would help the Dragons at this stage.
Anything will do at this point in time. Obviously, not her keeping the strike for the next over. And they have to push for 2. Yeah. Oh, straight to the fielder, unfortunately.
Yeah, not sure whether that was the right call to take that single, to be honest. She'll have to get another single off the first ball of the next over to compensate for it. But 55 more required of the last 6 overs. That is required run rate at almost 10 runs to the over now. It's looking further and further out of the reach of the Dragons at the moment. Yanda and Zuza changing back to the university side now. She's been used sporadically throughout the innings as she's been required, and she's done the job for her captain. Taken 2 for 29 off her 8. Just making sure they're getting the field just absolutely spot on again. I have a fielder out at deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long off, and also sweeper on the offside.
How brilliant has Luyanda Nzuza been today?
Oof, sneaks under the bat. Dot ball to start the over. That's the problem if you let the tail ender keep strike at the end of the over.
And the gap between balls and runs has gone up to 20 now. Looking a bit more difficult again.
Another dot. And a quick thinking from Rihanna Nzuza, but Ruday Denishan gets back smartly. But that's not going to help the situation at the moment. Dots after dots. Required rate spiking. Ruday Denishan deprived of the strike.
particular delivery was dragged short and not punished. Yeah, you mentioned reverse sweeps, something that would have been a really good option, yeah. They need that type of shot right now. They need to manufacture something a bit different to what they've been doing normally. Now it's just a bit too predictable, hence you can set fields towards that type of batting.
They finally get it away. Could potentially get 2 here. Don't know if that's what they want, but they will be going for it. And so Janae Windsor will keep strike. It's very good fielding out there from Alyssa Marie Marks, putting her body on the line for the team here as they are pushing for victory. We already see the issue with taking that single off the last ball of the previous over. It was 3 dots, now 2. And she gets it away now. Renee Denison sits with the tricky question. Does he now try and get a boundary because the over's only gone for 3? Or does she try and get a single so that she can be on strike for the start of the next over? Otherwise, this same type of thing might just happen.
Yeah, I'd say single would be the option. Obviously, you want to maximize picking up runs, but I think there's still a big opportunity where she can take maybe in the next over. So maybe look up for the single, take that risk of not looking for the boundary at this current moment, and then maybe hopefully take your chances in the next over. There we go.
Lovely shot by Renee Denison, and so it will go for a boundary in that area we've been talking about throughout the day that has that big gaping hole. So it will end up being a 7-run over, so not too bad for the Dragons, but what it does mean is that Janae Windsor will be back on strike for the start of the next over, and so she needs to back up her partner here and get a single early on in the over. And you see that again was well played, just played it nice and late, guided it away, and just using the pace that Luyanda Nzuza provided.
Yeah, lovely deft touch there. Just putting a bat there, really. And we've got Jafta to continue.
Thank you.
From the clip referee end.
Yeah, she's been ringing the changes as Gandhi Jafta, not giving bowlers too long spells and affording the batters the opportunity to get used to any of them. So we've seen many of that happening, and now she's sending back long on and long off, asking the covery fielder to come in. So she clearly knows what she wants, what field settings, and so long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, asking the square leg just to come a little bit finer.
I'm getting a sense here she might be looking to dart it in full, force them to play straight down the ground.
Yay!
And the batter might have been thinking the same thing, and she ends up slowing the ball right down, and it beats the batter on the outside edge. And again, we start the over with a dot ball.
Yeah, she needs to rotate the strike here.
And now again, a field change, a personnel change once more, swapping out those who are asking Simone Lawrence to go down to the boundary. No, she covers ground very quickly. Another dot, exactly the way the previous over started, and this is why I've been questioning this tactic of letting Janae Windsor be on strike at the start of each over.
Yeah, that game.
Again, 3 dots. Previous over 3 dots, this over 3 dots, and the match is slipping away from the Dragons. They require a further 48 from 27. Finally, they managed to sneak through for a single. What can Renee Denison do with the 2 balls remaining in this over?
You're really asking a lot from Renee Denison. How about Jafta's performance today? as a captain, batting brilliantly. Fielding changes have been magnificent, squeezed up the Dragons, and then also bringing on the right bowler at the right time to pick up wickets. Just brilliant captaincy, honestly.
Again, ringing the changes. Paul Simone Lawrence has been running all over the show today. But I guess that goes with the territory of being one of the better fielders in the team. You're the one that gets pushed into all the extra shots. And now there's another change. Now they're switching the cover. Now they decide no, they come back. Wasting a lot of time here right now. Don't think the umpire's liking this too much. And so they're back to the positions they were in before.
Tell you one thing, the overrate won't be an issue.
Fires that in, another dot ball. Each dot ball is like another pin falling.
You look back to this innings and you think, oh, really Dragons missed opportunity here in this game to potentially win it. They really had control of it in large parts of it, and were never really away of, or the game was never away from them. They had to take that single.
Yeah, they really had to push for a single there. There was no reason not to. You have to take the risk at this stage. There's no point trying to preserve your wicket. Rather try and go for the single and maybe run the risk of getting run out. But having the opportunity of getting through for a single and then having to strike at the start of the next over. But 2 dots mean almost nothing from that over. Only 2 runs. Now it's 46 required from 24 deliveries. Almost 12 runs to the over. And added to that, Janae Winster is on strike. Added to that, Luyanda Nzuza is in the middle of a very good spell today. Her last over coming up. She's taken 2 wickets for 36 in her 9.
And you saw what she did in the previous over. She dug it in. Yorker length. Again, she continues.
Wow. I'll feel much better about this getting a run off the first delivery of the over. At least now Rade Denishan has a realistic chance of having a big impact in this over should she execute well.
Yeah, she has to go big or go home here in this over. 4 overs left now and 45 runs required.
She might be targeting that same boundary she got in the previous over. Fine on the offside. Just inquiring, wants her to stay in the crease, but she hadn't left yet, so Nzuza being a little bit cheeky there. Straight back and she takes it, and that is the match. Nzuza grabbing it. Rade Denishan hits it straight back to her. It's the 9th wicket to fall, and with that goes the hope of the Dragons.
Yeah, hope is gone and game is gone. No way they can get back to this. The only hope they had was Denishan, and Denishan is gone now, and yet another wicket for Luyanda Nzuza. Brilliant bowling performance it's been for her today. And you have a look at that again. Caught and bowled. Fires at one end, and then brilliant grab as she gets into position. And it's been a brilliant performance from the Titans today.
Yeah, it really has been. Every time they've looked behind in the match, they've fought right back. It started with Gandhi Jafta with Elizabeth Marks, then Gandhi Jafta with Tiani van den Heevel. Then with the ball, the same thing. The Dragons looked like they were getting away with Mignon de Pree and Phoebe Molkenboer. But then it was Mona Lisa Legore coming back into the attack, taking both of them, setting them right back. And since then, the Titans haven't really looked back.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time now, how long this last wicket will take to win this game for the Titans. Here comes Zuza. And it's a big shout. It is gone, and it's game over. Titans win it.
Absolutely zero doubt about that. Swinging across the line right in front of the Sums. Nzuza gets her fourth. The Titans, they win this match by 44 runs. The Fidelity Titans. What a comeback from them. What a match it has been out here at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. It's been a lovely one to bring to you here today. We've been very fortunate with the sun coming out despite some rain being predicted. It's been a team effort from the Titans throughout, and the Dragons will feel they might have let an opportunity slip by here because they were in a position of strength multiple times throughout this match, but just couldn't put or keep a grip, keep a hold of it.
Yeah, brilliant performance from the Titans. Started off the first innings led by the captain at the bat, Gandu Jafta, scoring 70 odd there in the first innings. And she really led that performance there with a really hard grafters, 70 runs. And then also backed up by quite a few of her batsmen. And there was the likes of Tian van den Heever that helped her in that score of 71. And also Eliza Marie Marks with the 36 as well. So she didn't do it all on her own in terms of the batting department. But in terms of bowling, what's your thoughts, Werner?
Yeah, very well executed by the Titans. They kept the pressure on throughout the innings. And I will probably have to run down quickly. So maybe I'll hand that one over to you, Kanva, to end things off for us here in what has been a lovely day at Potchefstroom.
Yeah, brilliant day it's been indeed here in Potchefstroom with the Titans coming out on top here, winning by 45 runs. As we look at the match summary, the game started off with the Dragons winning the toss and choosing to bowl first, and indeed they had a great start, but they were slowed down by the batting of Gandu Jafta, the captain of Titans, and was backed up with a brilliant 50-run partnership there by Tiana van der Heever. And then also had another 50-run partnership with Elisa Marie Marks. And then they came into bat here, the Dragons, but really couldn't respond really well in terms of really threatening to beat the Titans. And brilliant bowling performance here by Luyanda Nzuza, 4 for 37. And also Mona Lisa Lichodi, also one of the pick of the bowlers here, picking up crucial wickets of Minyoung Dupree. That crucial wicket. So we'll bring you to the end of this game where Fidelity Titans have won the game by 44 runs. And please do join us for the post-match presentation at the downstairs. Thank you.
where the Fidelity Titans have beaten the Northwest Dragons by 44 runs. And the player of the day, the player of the match as well, is Captain Gandhi Jafta. Loud cheers for the captain. How did you feel the day went for you?
It was a good start to our campaign. We'll take any win that we can get, but obviously we're looking forward to the next game and improving on the things that happened today.
How tough was it to come into the bat when you were 48 for 4 runs, for 4 wickets I should say, and a difficult situation, but you and Elizabeth Marks really put on important partnership there?
It was difficult, but it's cricket. We knew that the wicket will do quite a bit in the morning, so it was just about trying to build the partnerships, trying to extend the time that we were spending there, and we knew that time is our currency and the runs will come.
How impressed were you with the innings of Tiani van den Heuvel?
That was a game-changing innings. I think the momentum was still very much in the Dragons, and that innings was about run a ball, which really put things back in our favour. So it was really impressive, especially from a youngster.
And then with the ball, impressive all around with all the bowlers?
Yeah, our bowlers bowled incredibly well. Our SN19s really showed why they were in that SN19 squad. Nzuza and Mona Lisa Marks bringing her experience, Mashishi bringing her experience. It was a really good, solid team effort from everybody who played.
Yeah, well done and good luck with the rest of the campaign.
Thank you so much.
Quickly have a word with Captain Tabi Singh. Nini, please have a quick word. Commiserations today. It was a tough one. Match was really up and down. Then you guys were in front. Then the Titans were in front. Where do you feel the game swayed maybe out of your reach?
First of all, congratulations to you guys on the win. I'd say in the middle overs we lost it there. Obviously, after power play, they spread the field, so it's kind of hard. We tried to fight for the gaps, but it went to their side. Yeah, it was a good game. But I wouldn't say it was a tough one.
It was a really good game, and you're happy with the improvement throughout the match and how you guys really fought today. And your first match of the series, how are you feeling heading into the rest of the tournament?
It's a good game for us. There's still more work to be done. One game can't define us. There's still 19 more to go. So I'd say we're building on that. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Have a good tournament. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that's all we have for you here from the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom today. Fidelity Titans winners by 44 runs.